Welcome tonight to the 2025 UKC Tournament of Champions Midnight Mayhem. I am your host, Jamie Eastep, and we are once again in Greencastle, Indiana. Along with me tonight to bring the Midnight Mayhem to you, we have our fan favorite, Rick Stretch. Now, before we begin tonight, I just want to remind everyone that we're so excited to be partnered with Eukanuba, our official performance dog nutrition partner. And so we're excited to be partners with them as well. Before we start our program tonight, I want to take just a moment and remind you how we got here and look at where we're going. So we're going to look at how we got here and we're going to look at where we're going. To qualify for the 2025 Tournament of Champions, you had to win 5+ point cast wins in UKC events in the year of 2024. I want you to listen to these numbers tonight. We had 1,491 dogs meet the criteria of 5 cast wins. That's an outstanding number. We had 922 dogs entering into the 6 regions. They had to hunt at one of the 6 regions, so we had 922 entered. From the 6 regions, we had 96 dogs advance to the finals tonight here in Greencastle. Now, we only had 95 hunt. We had 1 dog come in season and didn't get to make the trip here to Greencastle. Now, Thursday, today, is an awesome day. Hunters show up, they're arriving, there's an excitement in the air, they're confirming entries, they get the pictures taken, there's a lot of interviews happening, and you can just sense the excitement taking place on Thursday here at the UKC Tournament of Champions. The venue is outstanding at 3 Fat Labs. I love to say that. It's funny to me every time, but it's an outstanding venue, and what a meal. I have to say tonight that UKC makes this night very special for us as hunters and for us as field reps, and for us to be able to do this and bring this to you. UKC makes this a special, special event. And tonight, again, we have 24 cast in the woods. We have 95 dogs that have confirmed, and they're there right now competing to be able to move right on to round 2. Now, tomorrow night, we have 2 rounds. We have round 2 and we have round 3. Round 2, we'll have 6 cast on round 2, and then we will have 3 head-to-head cast in round 3, 3 2-dog cast. And then on Saturday, we will have our final 3. Now, we want everybody to mark it on their calendar, jot the time down. We want you to join us Saturday night at 9 o'clock for a live play-by-play on the final cast. I think we go live at 9 o'clock on that. And so we're excited to be here with you tonight. And again, we have Rick Stretch with us tonight. And Rick, why don't you just take a moment and greet the people tonight?
Well, I'll tell you, I'm pretty excited to be here tonight, and as you can see, we are a man down up here tonight, and I couldn't be any more happier, to be honest with you. Now, the fact remains that Steve vacationed, I believe it was in Cancun, yeah, and flight delays and maybe a missed flight or so, and Steve won't get here till way later in the night tonight, so we'll all be around on Saturday when he comes back here, and we'll keep him in his place when he gets here. But yeah, you said a mouthful there. It is a great place to be this weekend. I still get chills pulling into the drive, seeing all the banners, seeing the venue, meeting and greeting a lot of the folks. At one point today, in a short welcome from Alan, he had the newcomers, the folks that had never been here to this place, stand up, and it was nearly a quarter of the entries that were newcomers this weekend. And I'm happy for them guys. I'm happy for the ones that have been back. We got some repeat customers again this weekend, and there'll be some names. We'll talk about them a little bit later on, but there'll be some familiar names in there of all the ones that have been here before. But the weather turned out super today. We thought we were going to get some rain here this afternoon. We didn't get any. They got torrential downpours here last week. And if you come up the river road, I don't know which way you came, but if you came up the river road, it washed out in a couple spots, and they had crews out there today putting the final touches back on that. So, but the weather looks good. The weather looks good throughout the rest of the weekend. It has kind of cooled off here this evening. We probably reached the mid 60s, I would say, today, and it's kind of chilly out there right now. But I trust in our guides right here, the local guides, that we're going to be scoring on a lot of coons this evening, is what I feel like.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the things that people don't understand about this opportunity to come to the Tournament of Champions is the venue, the atmosphere. If I could say anything tonight to begin this program, and speak to the hunters, is to work hard to get your dog qualified, get those 5 cast wins. You are missing an amazing hunt. This is a venue that you would love to be a part of. And so, guys, I think we're getting ready to go to the venue tonight at 3 Fat Labs, and we're going to toss out there, and we're going to get to meet some folks there. So we're ready, and we'll be back just in a moment. Let's see what we got.
Hey everybody, Alan Gingrich here, and I am on the back deck at the 3 Fat Labs. And what a day we've had here in Greencastle for the first round of the TOC. This afternoon the weather was just beautiful here. Everybody's in a good, happy mood. Obviously, I had all the 96 dogs here. Actually, I had 95 dogs. We had one female that was in heat that was not here. So cast number 20 is a 3-dog cast. Outside of that, we have all 4-dog casts going out. Had a great dinner out here and everything at 3 Fat Labs this afternoon, and called the cast out at 7 p.m. Off this back deck, the same deck here where the winners are going to come back to, and you're going to get to see them here a little later as they trickle in. Our deadline is going to be 4 a.m. here, but I can tell you it's a beautiful night. I'm out here on the deck looking around. It's everything is overcast, cloudy. Tonight it's a perfect night for hunting. Really seems perfect for me, and I really hoping the guys are having a good hunt out there. 59 degrees around 7. Temperature is now dropped to 10 degrees. It's just making for a great night here, and we're anticipating the cast to start trickling in here about tea time now, so stay tuned, and we're looking forward to it. So back to Jamie and the guys in the studio.
All right, well, welcome back to the studio. If you're just joining us, I want to remind you, you're watching now the 2025 UKC Tournament of Champions Midnight Mayhem. We're bringing to you tonight from Greencastle, Indiana. We've got 24 cast out tonight competing for the $50,000 coveted prize, the winner of the TOC. And as we've said and already heard, we're in Greencastle, Indiana, a very familiar place to coon hunters that's hosted numerous events. And the exciting part tonight is we get to meet the 24 handlers and hounds that will have won round 1 and will be moving on to round 2. Alan is going to be interviewing them. You're going to get to hear about their hunt. You're going to get to see their scorecards. You're going to get to hear and all the excitement in their voice. And so we're going to be talking about what we see on the scorecards and analyzing those cards as they come in. It's going to be a great night. We're excited about that. And Rick, as Alan said, we probably have some cast that are finishing up or getting very close to finishing up. And those guys that will be driving back to the club for that interview, what do you think will be going through their minds as they drive back? What do you think will be some thought process there?
Well, most of them brought a friend or a family member with them, and if they weren't a backup handler, they're waiting back there at the club on their handlers. And I'll tell you, they're going to be exciting. They are one step closer to a $50,000 first place prize, and we keep mentioning the first place prize, but actually there's $250,000 at stake this weekend. And you know, that's awesome these days. And but yeah, those guys are coming back. They're going to be feeling good. They're going to be overjoyed, and it'll be fun watching Alan and interview them and see the expressions and their demeanor as they come in. Of course, we'll have you know, 75%, as if every night we have an event like this, 75% of us are losers and 25% of us are winners. We're going with the elimination style tonight, and style of event, and so plus points aren't required to move on. I'm going to make a prediction and bet you lunch tomorrow that I think we'll have a plus point cash winner in every cast tonight. Conditions are really, really good out there right now. And as I mentioned the River Road, I brought it back into town, and I saw 4 different coons as I was coming in off of River Road. So I know they were moving a tad bit earlier, but I think we'll score coons on every cast tonight. We got some top quality hounds and handlers and owners this weekend. I mean, the cream of the crop. And I'm excited to see how it all plays out.
I'm very excited to hear you say tonight that if we have one dead cast, I get lunch on you tomorrow. So I'm going to take.
Is that what I said?
That's what you said, and I have all these viewers to back me up on this.
Well,
that if we have a dead cast, then I get lunch tomorrow. So
I think we'll make it. I think we'll have every cast off. I'll have plus points.
If we don't, I'll be eating good tomorrow. I'm going to check some
you
prices.
can pick the place.
I can pick the place. Will you show up?
Yes, I'll be there.
You'll be there. All right. Hey, I want to mention tonight, before we kind of get into this process, as you begin to see the cards, the scorecards with us, they're going to look a little bit different tonight. And the reason why is I want to mention one of our sponsors tonight, Houndsman Advantage. You've been hearing a lot about Houndsman Advantage through the promotion of UKC, through the promotion of the owner of Houndsman Advantage, Matt Lingo, the owner-creator, Matt Lingo. Houndsman Advantage is an app that you can download, and it's we call it the Houndsman Advantage scorecard, but there's so much more on that app that you can do, that you can keep information, you can store easy entry cards. There's just a vast amount of information that you can score. Houndsman Advantage is working with UKC to bring some elite coverage over the 3 days of the TOC. Tomorrow night, we will not be live from the studio, but if you're an elite member of, or elite subscriber to Houndsman Advantage, you will be able to go on and you'll be able to see the updates live time. There'll be the backup judges or somebody will be on the cast punching in, putting in scores as they happen in the field, and you'll be able to keep up with that right in your home as well. Matt has worked very hard. Many of you as hunters know Matt Lingo. He's judged great competition hunters, hunted for years, and he birthed this idea. He created it, got with it, and there's 4 tiers that you can become a member of Houndsman Advantage. There's the Simple Advantage, and it's built more for pleasures hunters, and it's $33 a year. The second tier would be the Grand Advantage, and it's $55 a tier. And then each of these move just a little more elaborate, a little more detailed. And then the third tier is the Pro Advantage, and it's $66 a year. And then the fourth is the Elite, and it is $77 a year. Now, to see these timely updates tomorrow night, you have to be an elite member. You have to be an elite subscriber, and that is $77 a year. I downloaded it. I am an elite member at $77, and so I hope that you can take advantage of this and support Matt. And it will be a great tool for you to be able to keep up with everything happening here at the TOC. And so it's just something that's kind of cool, kind of interesting, and take advantage and go and check out the Houndsman Advantage. I know Rick has looked at it just a little bit today as well. And Rick, have you had time to kind of work through it any at all?
Yeah, it's really user friendly. Once you get past a couple of steps there, it's really user friendly, and I think. I think we'll see some great things from it this weekend. And I think that as we progress into hunts throughout the rest of the year, we're going to be using it at all the major events.
Yeah.
You're right about Matt. He's developed this for coon hunters.
Yep.
and competition hunters as well. And it's a product. I mean, anytime you saw Matt at an event, you had to reckon with him. You know, he's always packing a good hound, and he knew that there was a lacking of something out there that would give hunters an edge. And he's developed this, and it's been quite a process for him. This has been years in the making for him, and but I think he's got it where he wants it. Yep. And we're gonna be taking advantage of it this weekend, and then we'll be seeing it throughout the year.
And one of the things I like about it is I've played with it a little bit at my house, and it's also got the side for the pleasure hunting. Is there's a lot of numbers you can keep. You can keep if your dog's treed 2 coons, your dog made a slick, your dog made a circle, and it just it helps you remember these things, and it stores those. And I thought it's one of the coolest things that I've seen about the app that I enjoy. I talked to Matt today, and I asked him, you know, where did this idea come from? And he said that at most events that he attends, he has to judge, and that's true. I've seen Matt, known Matt for years, and he's always judging from smaller level hunts to large level hunts. And he said, but at a few hunts that he didn't have to judge at, he missed carrying the card because he didn't know what the scores were happening. And so he thought, why can't I develop an app that I can keep up with that? And he first did something like on a spreadsheet that he put on his phone, and it was just too complicated. And he knew a guy that helped build programs, and he got in touch with him, and he was like, yeah, we can do this. And so that was kind of the start of Houndsman Advantage. And so it is very user friendly. You're just going to have to download it and go on there and make it work for you. But I want to remind you that for you to be able to keep up tomorrow night for round 2 and round 3 and see these live timed updates, you have to be an elite member. And that is $77 a month, or $77 a year. And I would just encourage you to go and do that. If you're a competition hunter, you will use this app, and it will be a huge asset to you. And so just download Houndsman Advantage. You can find that, and I truly think that you will enjoy that as you prepare your dog, as you're in competition hunts, and just the idea of enjoyment. I think you will be very excited about that. Rick, kind of jump to you for a second. Did you get to talk to many people today? Tell me about some conversations. I seen you kind of working the crowd, and I want to ask you about one conversation. I can only imagine what was happening there. Seen you get to talk to if you know anything about coon hunting, there was a couple of what I would consider legends there. But there was one in particular. If you like English dogs are always special to me. But I seen you talking to Ed Bates, and so I can only imagine where that conversation went at times. But you know, who'd you get to talk to tonight? Tell me some, because I seen you kind of mingling and doing some things there. So what was those conversations like tonight?
So at dinner time tonight, I was one of the last ones in line there, and several of the people were already done. And Ed Bates, Scott Engel, Cody Sipe, Denny Goodman was sitting at a round table there, and there was a couple of places to sit down. And so I joined them guys, and I would say that was probably my first good conversation tonight about what was going on. And it's always a pleasure to talk to Ed. I don't know, he's been around forever, and he's got the one story after another. And so we pulled some stories out of him that some of us knew and some of us didn't know. Terry Calder was in the mix as well. And so that's a face that I've missed seeing at the events, but he squeaked in up there at the LaGrange, Indiana region, and he made it. I believe he was the last dog to make it through.
Wow.
And it would be a lot of fun to see Terry have a little success at this hunt this weekend. And Terry's one of the good guys. We go back a long ways, Terry and I do. And of course, Engel's got 2 dogs in this thing, and Denny Goodman and Cody Sipe, they've partnered up again. they're teamed up, and you know, that was the start of many conversations this evening.
Well, we're getting ready to go to the barn. We have our first update, our first cast winner, and you're going to find this one interesting when I come back. All right, here we go to the barn. Who we got?
All right, hey, we are back here on the winner's deck at Three Fat Labs, and we have got our first winner in here. It's a blue tick, Halen Blue Mingo. This is a 1-year-old, and actually, ironically, this is the youngest dog in the TOC finals this weekend. Congratulations here to Mr. Cason Halen from North Carolina. Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, how does this feel?
Feels real good.
Yeah, so 15 months old. This dog is owned by your son, Mason. Mason is his name, right? So tell us here about Mingo.
Well, we got Mingo when he was 10 weeks old, and me and my son, we had a little feeder out back behind the house, and we'd take him out every night, and then he got to where he progressed and get a little bit further, and he finally treated his first coon at 6 months old, and now we're here.
And he's only 15 months old now.
15 months old, that is correct.
Yeah, he's the youngest dog here. So, yeah, tell us a little bit about his sire and dam. How's he bred?
His daddy is Racket Ridge Crash, and his mama is Gregory McCollum's Velcro dog.
Good deal. You know, before you went out tonight, we were sitting in here, and you and your buddy were out here, and you were talking a little bit. You know, hey, it's about go time. You said you kind of been out of it for a little while until you got this dog, like 15 years or so, right?
Yeah, I'd been out at about 12, I'd say, when my daughter was born and everything, and then my son got born and everything. You know, you just couldn't really go hunting. You know, you had to raise the kids, and my son, he wanted to get a dog, so here we are.
And why a blue tick?
Well, my daddy always hunted blue dogs, and I had blue dogs in the past, and I like blue dogs.
Yeah, so North Carolina, man, it's probably cooler here than it is back home. The temperature dropped here a little bit, but tell us about your hunt tonight.
Well, first, when we turned loose, we turned loose, and he went down through there, and I got second strike, and went down there, and I got second tree. He was in a culvert, and I couldn't hear him real good. And he was up in the culvert up under the road, and I called him, and he backed out to me, and I got him, and I looked in the culvert, and I seen the coon, and there's a guy on the cast, he seconded it, and he seen the coon, so we spliced him up there, and we left and went. I turned him loose, and he went up there and went across a big field and across the creek and treed up a leaning tree. And when I was crossing, when I got him tied back, they already told me they already seen the coon. By the time when we done started shine time, but I just hadn't gotten the light up there yet. Yeah.
So at this point, you've got a pretty good score, and I looked at your scorecard here, and you've got a good lead at this point. What does that feel like at this point?
At this point, it was really nervous.
Nerve-wracking.
Yes. Yeah. But after that tree, we got turned loose again, and he had a
Treed one more coon, right?
treed one more coon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, hey, North Carolina, you're in Indiana now, and you're going to hunt another night here. What do you think about all that?
I'm ready.
You're ready for it? It looks like Mingo's ready. He's a good actor for a 15-month-old dog. Good-looking dog. He's kind of a leggy dog here, but good-looking dog. Congratulations, man, and I bet your boy is going to be tickled to death. He is at the house sleeping, so he's not even aware of this, but he's going to have a good surprise in the morning.
He is.
All right, congratulations. We'll see you on Friday. So, hey, with that, here's our first winner, and this is a blue tick, the youngest dog in the finals here at 15 months old, and he is still in for tomorrow. So look for some more things here, and Mr. Halen here is pretty excited, as you can tell. So this is our first winner. So back to Jamie and the guys in the studio.
All right, now that is exciting. That was the news that I was going to say. I knew this was the youngest dog in the hunt. And I just want to show this to Rick real quick. I just want you to look at this, Rick, and make sure that you see my name beside that. You know,
Yeah, I seen you just write that
I
on
just
there.
wrote it. Yeah, I seen this dog actually. Mingo actually doubled up in my zone in Ohio that I was working, and so the gentleman handling the dog, the owner, was very excited there to double up and to make it to here to the finals. And so congratulations to this young man, to his family. I think his whole family was with him, and so we're pretty excited about that. In just a few moments, I think we're going to be able to see a scorecard and take a look at that. So there we go. Just kind of looking at all the dogs on the cast. We had Mingo would be our first dog. We had Max, then we had Ladybird and Cadillac. And looking at the card, Rick, tell us what you see there.
I see a nice young dog is what I see there looking at that scorecard. My gosh, he was tuned in tonight. That's an awesome display of coon treeing ability at 15 months old. But it just kind of brings us back to the fact that we are hunting in spots where there's some game out there. He made it look pretty easy out there this evening, and congratulations to them guys. You're right, Jamie. He was a double cast winner in Ohio, and I think he had a cast win on Friday night of 375 plus, and a cast win of Saturday night on 175 plus. So I'm not sure how many more casts they hunted him in to get his 5 wins, but here's 8 cast wins that have knowledge of, and looking at probably the biggest cast of his life so far. This little dog's done some good things here.
Yeah. And the owner is just an outstanding man, very, very nice guy. I got to talk to him a lot there at the Ohio region. One thing that I've seen that we've often talked about is how many coons we score. And on that cast, they scored 3 singles. There was 3 different coons treed. And so will be interesting to see where we land throughout the night in that. And so congratulations to that young dog. And
did you notice how much cleaner that scorecard looked? I mean, I know we're doing it, computer and typing the stuff in and stuff like that. But even if we had handwritten it, they've downsized this scorecard and made it much more user friendly. It's a trifold, similar to like a trifold set of rules that a couple of the other organizations use. And I think that the clubs and the hunters and handlers are going to really enjoy this new scoring system and scorecard itself.
And the picture that you're seeing is from the Houndsman Advantage app. So you're kind of getting a sneak peek of looking at what you would see if you would download the Houndsman Advantage app. That's what you're going to see also. But now the scorecard that Rick is talking about that is going to be available through UKC is I have an example of that, and I'll be able to show our viewers tonight what that would look like. It's kind of bright here when you see this, but again,
I had him turn the lights up to show off my tan.
You had him turn it up for your tan? Well, it's...
tan looks pretty good.
You look pretty good tonight. Well, I'm glad you do. But anyhow,
back to the scorecard.
This is going to be, back to the scorecard, this is going to be available to clubs. We're kind of showcasing this and introducing this this week. You'll be able to just kind of put dogs. It's very simple. And the cool thing of it is as Rick said, the ability to fold. Most of the time, if you've hunted much at all, you've judged, you always even folded those big scorecards where you had just a little bit to write with. And these you're able to fold right down. I mean, they can fit in your shirt pocket, they can fit in your vest. You can fold them down even more, put them in your back pocket. But and then on the back, there's not all the rules are on the back, but a lot of the high point rules is maybe what I would say, a lot of general information. But if you see right here, there is a barcode here that you could click on, and that will take you to all
QR.
It's a QR, and it would take you to all the rules on the UKC's website. So these are something that you're going to be able to start using. I think it's very user-friendly. I truly do like this. And contact Trevor, Allen. They're going to start using these, and I think you'll find these very interesting and very user-friendly. And so they're kind of interesting in, I think they're great, a great asset that we would be able to use. I want to ask you, Rick, tonight. This makes our 3rd or 4th year that we've worked together and done these, and we've been at a lot of great locations. You live and host your guys' club in Mount Gilead, one of the probably maybe one of the greatest coon hunting areas in the country. But Greencastle is very it's very known for hosting major hunts and stuff. Have you hunted major hunts here in Greencastle over your time frame and over your career?
Yeah, I've hunted Greencastle several times. Probably my first time being here would have been in 1970, in the 70s.
So that's why you have that cup in front of you, that Old Lives Matter. You're that old?
What?
I mean, right there it says Old Lives Matter.
Yeah, I don't know. Were you the one that turned that towards the camera like that? That wasn't how that was supposed to be. But
well, it says vintage on the other side too.
Yeah,
So that's,
well, that's probably. But yeah, Greencastle premier event to have a hunt. There's all kinds of hunting here. We say it year in and year out whenever we come here. It's right next to the, we're 20 minutes, 25 minutes to the Illinois line there at Terre Haute, and then just another 20 more miles over to Marshall, Illinois, where the World Hunt was at last year. We're just surrounded with great hunting in this area. And you can get into river bottoms, you can get into short hills, you can get into a few steep hills. There's a lot of crop ground, a lot of pasture lands. It's just ideal for to hold a major event. Yeah. And yeah, I've hunted in a few of the events around here, and they've got a real nice club out there on just off of 40 out there, just south of us here. But it's paradise. I mean, there's a handful of areas in our country that you would call paradise, and this is one of them. Yeah. Between here and Marshall, Illinois, all the hunting that goes on there, it's wonderful. Yeah. And there'll be a lot of coon scored tonight. There really will.
And we sent actually tonight, I don't know if you knew this or not, but 5 casts. Rick mentions Marshall, Illinois. If you remember, as he said, the World Hunt was there just a few months ago. 5 casts went to Marshall tonight. And it also shows with those 5 casts going there, when we were there for the World Hunt, Greencastle took cast, and so those two clubs work hand in hand together. And so no matter where you're at in the country, you've got to have clubs working together to put the magnitude of these hunts off. Just at Region 3, where I was the Master Hounds at in the zones with Mount Gilead Club, how many clubs did you guys have working with y'all there?
3, I believe. We went to Herod, we went to Bucyrus, we went to Nova. I believe it was just those 3.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter. You got to have clubs working together to do hunts of this size and of this magnitude. I was laughing today when we were sitting there, and Alan was telling people that there was going to send some cast over to Marshall, and he asked Doug, and Doug told him they were sending 5, and Alan said that probably getting into a little better hunting and a little flatter, and I just kind of laughed. Being from West Virginia, I think I'm in flat right now, but but it does get a little bit flatter as you get to Marshall. Can be a little hilly here, but it's just absolutely excellent hunting. And I can remember coming here hunting English days, and then I think one year actually Greencastle maybe was a satellite out of Autumn Oaks, I think, one year, and I drove over
well, it would have
here.
been early. It would have been years ago, probably. Yeah. So it's a pretty good haul from Richmond to here. But they've hosted numerous big hunts, and it's just a great place to come.
Yep. Well, I think we have another cast waiting on us. All right, let's see who we got. Alan, what do you got?
All right, guys, here we are back on the winner's deck again. My second dog here, second winner. Here I am with Mr. Scott Engel, Hillsboro, Ohio, I think it is. Scott, earlier tonight when we did the opening remarks, there's some of the top sires, 2 world champions, and rodeo. Electric Rodeo is one of the top sires. Had 6 pups here in the finals here, and we're looking at Mojo's Catman Dude here. He is one of those 6. So tell us a little bit more about Dude here.
Dude is off of rodeo. Electric Rodeo, which we've kind of been studying out, and and Greg Maynard's Muscle Man Nelly. And, he's just turned 4. Been pretty good to us.
Yeah, I know. He's been in the winner's circle quite a bit. I think last year at Autumn Oaks there in the Pro Slam, he won the Pro Slam up there at Autumn Oaks last fall, and a bunch of other 300 points is what I'm looking at. You tell us a little bit about your hunt tonight.
Well, probably more than that because he treed 3 coons. So,
Okay, well, I need to look at the scorecard myself. They just told me it was 300, or somebody told me 300, and that's what I wrote down.
3-1, and another fellow's dog treed a coon, and then he treed 2 more.
Yeah.
And everybody quit.
Yeah, so you didn't, this is full elimination rules. So if everybody concedes, you end the hunt at that point, so don't necessarily need to hunt 2 hours. So you hunted less than 2 hours.
Yep, we hunted an hour and 11 minutes.
Yeah. Hey, tell us, what do you like about this dog right here?
I love his mouth. He's a trailing type of dog, you know, that can tree any kind of coon. And I really appreciate that, he's not just like one dimensional, you know, he can trail one up and tree it or lay a coon up and tree it. I love his mouth, super mouth. He probably gets that more from his mommy's side. Greg's Nelly female had probably one of the best female mouths I ever heard. That's probably my favorite pieces of Dude.
Yeah. Hey, Scott, you have hunted some of the best dogs in the country for a lot of years, a lot of dogs. Just another one, and I'm sure he's a good one. You wouldn't be hunting him, but how do you feel about this dog as far as his chances winning a big hunt here?
Well, we won the Super Stakes last fall with him, and like you said, we won that $1,000 hunt. Alan Carlson did. Alan did most of the hard hunting on him. I can't take credit for that, but Alan did a good job with him there. I don't know. He's our best shot anyway. So
Yeah. Well, hey, I told you a little bit ago, we need Greg Maynard in here to do the interview. He's usually the one interviewing you here, but I didn't see him here this weekend. But hey, I noticed one thing, Scott, here for some of our reviews. You got 2 collars on this dog, and I know a lot of that. The second one is basically just for safety. But why do you run? Do you always run 2 collars on your dogs?
I typically do because you never know. One of them things quits, and you know, I run a dog truck and then a Garmin, and if one don't work, typically the other one does.
It's just a backup safety net, and you know, that just goes to show how much you think of your dogs, you know, and you want them to be safe and all that. So, but hey, Scott, congratulations, man! You're through to the second round, and you're good for Friday night. So with that, back to Jamie and the guys in the studio.
All right. Well, we're back, and it's good to be with you tonight. I want you to check this out, Rick. Now, take a look here. Cast 21. Where's my name at beside a Dude? I'm 2 for 2.
Oh, my word.
What did you pick over there?
I'm hoping Burkholder shows up quicker than
You're hoping Burkholder shows up. Hey, I want to show you something here. But before we talk about, we're going to see the scorecard just in a moment. Earlier in the week, Trevor put out a game that people can participate in, the Pick'ems, and we have the list tonight of the percentage of dogs that people pick to win. And Dude was actually the 4th highest dog with 38%. And
Wow.
so there was a lot of folks pulling for Dude, believing that Dude could win it. I actually posted a picture on Facebook today and said, who will it be, or something like that. And a guy back from West Virginia posted on my page and said that it would be Catman Dude. So there's a lot of people pulling for him. So what do you think about that cast winner? I mean, Scott and him's going to be a tough out, I would say. So.
Well, there's no, anytime we see Scott pull into an event like this, you know, he's going to have his hound ready. And I appreciate Scott giving Alan Carlson quite a bit of kudos on this. Alan worked his tail off on that dog and started with an outstanding prospect, maybe an outstanding dog that just needed shaped and formed a little more to him and Scott's liking, and Alan done a great job with that dog, and it takes a team. It takes a team sometimes to bring the hounds and the training and all this together. What Alan may or may not have been able to take care of or fix or whatever, if there was anything that needed to be fixed, maybe there wasn't. but Scott could go over there and kind of polish it up, and here we are. He won the Super Stakes last fall, and he's advanced into the second round here at the Tournament of Champions. So there's no surprise here. Looking at his the dogs that he hunted against, I'm not real familiar with any of them there, but 2-year-old Black and Tan, a 4-year-old Walker male, and a 6-year-old crossbred male. But you know, you expect Scott to be where he's at right now. When he's at an event like this, and they got one more in the hunt tonight that Cody Sipes hunting, and so you know we'll see how Cody does with his. He won both of these dogs, won 2 rounds. Dude and what do they call her, Mojo
Dope.
on dope or something like that. I don't know what the heck somebody would name it on, but anyway, they both won 2 rounds up there at your zone there that you worked, and it's expected.
Yeah. Now, you talk about the zone that I worked. Did you work hard at that zone, or was you on vacation?
I worked quite a bit harder than you did on Friday, for sure, but and worked myself into a frizzy there to where I went on vacation on Saturday.
You went on vacation?
Yeah, I went on
Is
vacation.
that where you
on
got
Saturday.
the tan from?
Yeah, is that zoomed in close enough to? Yeah,
We can see your tan.
yeah. I'm tanned in a lot of spots, but
We don't want to see you.
yeah. So yeah, we worked together there on Friday night, and it's always a pleasure watching you screw things up and me straightening them out. But we had a lot of stuff going on there. I had 240 dogs entered
I had all those dogs confirmed before you ever even showed up.
on Friday. Yeah.
On Friday.
Yeah.
And I brought you 3 donuts.
Free donuts.
But
and,
one got stolen.
Yeah, I seen that.
Damn car got.
Yeah, it's you know, Mount Gilead is still the #1 place people want to come to, and some of the hunters will drive to Mount Gilead when their zone they would have a region closer.
You take the
to
guy
them.
from North Carolina, drove up.
And a few dogs from Illinois was even over there. You know, drive by Indiana, and but hey, they know that their odds, if they've got an offensive type dog, their odds of scoring on some coons there in Ohio is good.
And it sounds like from listening to Scott, it sounds like we're going to be somewhere around that 3 coon or maybe 4 coon being seen on that cast when we get to check out the scorecard here just in a bit. It sounds like we're going to see the same.
Yeah.
The same, because Scott said another dog treed and had a coon, and then Scott said that he had 3. So be interesting to see that when we get to see that. So what are you checking?
So
out?
looking at the Ohio winners here that got them to where they at. Here's Dude, cash win Friday night 150 plus, and Saturday night 375 plus, and you know, somewhere he scored on 3 coons tonight, and there wasn't any mention of him having any minus points or anything. So his score's getting a little bigger each round he goes on here. But I'm sure he's an outstanding dog. I hunted with Nellie a few times, and she's impressive. She's impressive out there. She sounds like foghorn leghorn out there on track and tree. And I'm sure that, like Scott said, that's where Dude probably gets his mouth. But,
now, Scott mentioned, if you hear the name Scott Engel, you hear the name Rodeo, and tonight Rodeo has several dogs that is here. He's one of the leading sires.
I think him and Willie had the same amount of what they
Is
got.
it 6 or 7 here tonight?
6 young dogs in here.
All right. So I think we're going to get to look at Dude's scorecard here, and then we'll come back and talk about Rodeo and some of the dogs that have got or some of the sires that have multiple dogs here. So let's take a look at it. All right. So now we see that. Now take a look at before we go into Dude. Take a look at the Houndsman Advantage app. So we see how these dogs have withdrawn, and you can see another feature. It pops up red, so that's very interesting there. But walk us through it.
Boy, it looks like he was on his game tonight. He struck he struck for 75 on the first one, looks like, and had that one, and then had to be recast back into the dogs trailing, and took 25 each time there. But looks like he was all by himself there on every tree there. Looks there was some point there, the dog there at the top, he treed for 75 at some point. He could have been on the Bud's coon or on Dude's coon, I guess, maybe, but wasn't there when they got there. But yeah, it looks like he's treed 3 coons by himself, and he's probably on a roll, you know. I mean, this is a scorecard similar to the one we saw just a few minutes ago.
Yep.
Now, Scott did mention that they hunted an hour and 11 minutes, and so we're in this full elimination style event, which, you know, once we get down to 1 dog, that's your winner. In years past, several years back, you know, they would have to continue to hunt, and but now, you know, you get down to 1 dog, and that's your winner. Yep. And they don't have to have plus points tonight to advance. They do have to have plus points tonight to advance if I'm not going to buy your lunch tomorrow. Yeah. So, but yeah, that's we're going to see more of this tonight. I'll be ready to see a few casts that are kind of mixing it up a little bit, but I know he wasn't going very far. He was one of the last casts to leave. I think he told me like 10 miles or something. It wasn't very far.
And both casts that we've seen has been 500 or better.
Yeah.
And so that's, you know, we're starting, coon must be moving tonight.
Yeah,
And
yeah, well,
so,
yeah.
I just need 1 cast to not have coons moving.
I don't foresee that.
I just need 1 cast.
I don't foresee that happening. Back to your sires. So we got a world champion, Willie.
Willie is here. Willie's, let's see if we can get over here. We got a lot of information here. All right, so we got 2 sires here this week that have 6 pups. Willie has 6 pups here. He has Grand Night Champion Willie's Little Ann, Champion Night Champion Last Chance Bingo, Champion Grand Night Champion Super Shot Snag, Grand Night Champion Stevenson's Blade, World Night Champion Grand Night Champion Little Lacy, and Champion Night Champion Rack 'em Up Brady. And then we have Rodeo, which is also a World Night Champion, Mojo's Electric Rodeo, and his 6 pups are Night Champion Rodeo's Stylish Bushwhacking Cash, Night Champion No Gamble Mojo on Dope, Grand Night Champion Rodeo's 8-Second Ride, Grand Night Champion Catman Dude, Mojo's Catman Dude, and Night Champion Coalfield Cowboy, and Grand Night Champion Bottom Electric Cowboy. So these 2 guys, Scott and J.R. Gray, both of them doing a fantastic job in promoting their line of dogs, and people are getting behind them.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, you know, you said it just a moment ago, it takes a team, and, you know, with Scott giving credit to Alan, and I know that there's others that support Scott, and Greg Maynard.
Greg Maynard Cross, and yeah, it works that way. And any time you see J.R. Gray pull up to a hunt, they got to bring 2 vehicles for the entourage they have.
He has an entourage.
Yeah, it's Willie entourage is what I call it. But it does. It takes a, you know, one guy can pull it off as well, but in all the years that I hunted, it was always more enjoyable to share the highs and the lows with a group.
Yeah.
And anyway, back to those 2 dogs. Those were the only 2 that had 6.
Yeah, they had 6, and then we dropped down.
And both of them to win the world hunt. That's what we don't always see. World champions producing world champion quality dogs.
Yeah,
you know?
in Willie's case, he's even produced a world champion in Lacy.
In Lacy, yeah.
And I'm sure Rodeo, he might have even produced something. Has he produced on the another registry side of a world champion, or at least a super stakes?
Super stakes. I don't know about him producing a world champion yet. He's relatively young still.
Yeah.
He won the world hunt in 20, I believe it was. Is that when we were up at Peru?
I'm not sure. Yeah, let's see. I think so.
Willie won it in 18,
and so has now. I just want to make sure this. You might be able to answer this. Is Rodeo off of Mojo?
Yeah.
He is.
Yeah.
He is. Okay. And so it's exciting for these two guys to be able to do this and to I mean, I think success will continue to follow them. And so that's. Do you know any of these other dogs from rodeo this week?
Looking at your list here, I know that Andrew Goss. He was one of the ones up at Nova that guided.
Okay.
I think they took 4 casts up there. Actually, second ride, Andrew owns and handles him. I think he's in partners with another guy on him. And then Lacy was also guided out of Nova both rounds at your zone, and so yeah, those 2 dogs right there came out of our zone, and we haven't heard back from them yet on what they've done. But it seems like our zone's kind of picking up a little steam here. We're 2 for 2 here now.
Yeah. Well, that's. I mean, like you said, but you're in an area that. I mean, dogs are on the offense. They're used to scoring. They're used to treeing coons.
Yeah.
And so that's what it takes. Take a step tonight, and before we wait on our next hunter, take a step tonight and take us into more about the elimination style. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Well, it was a little while coming. And but it got here, and that's what's important. And it was determined that, hey, the conditions, a dog shouldn't be penalized by having poor conditions or having the game not storing or moving. So when these registries went to this elimination style event, regardless of score, it allowed for all types of dogs to be entered in these hunts. Offense, defense, slow, fast, whatever the case may be. And but we didn't see, what we don't see is now that the weather conditions hurting us, or the lack of coon population, or the lack of coons moving, what we're seeing now, everybody's on a level playing field, and all you gotta do is beat 3 dogs. You beat 3 dogs tonight. You beat 5 dogs Friday night, and you're in the Final 4.
Yeah. And I want us to come back to that, because I want to, something that I know you've done in the past, I've seen you do it, and I want to talk to you about it. It can tie into part of where the elimination style can become important.
Sure.
And we'll talk about that just in a moment. I want to remind our viewers tonight, you are watching the 2025 United Kennel Club Tournament of Champions Midnight Mayhem. We hope that you're enjoying tonight. We've had 2 casts come in, so we still have 22 out, and we're getting ready to meet those as they come in. And we're going to go to break. Make sure that you stay with us. Come back. We'd love to have you back with us. And so I'm your host, Jamie Eastep, Rick Stretch, and we'll see you just in a moment.
They're partners, ready to do whatever it takes. Athletes that pound for pound can outrun, outwork, and outperform anybody you're watching on Sunday. No contract required. You don't waste that kind of potential. You train it, fuel it, unleash it. You feed nutrition that holds nothing back. The Eukanuba Premium Performance Lineup.
Check out the United Kennel Club online store for all of our magazine subscriptions and UKC merchandise. Go to shop.ukcdogs.com and you'll find all the best gear to support your UKC lifestyle. Snag a new hat, hoodie, or t-shirt and subscribe to our many publications, including our world-leading coonhound publication, Coonhound Bloodlines. We even have research pedigrees and rule books available to purchase. Why wait? Shop now. Guess what? We have a podcast. The all-new United Kennel Club podcast will not only feature great guests, living the sporting dog life, but also rules and sport updates. Tune into the Hunting Ops podcasts with Alan Gingrich and Trevor Wade to hear the latest coonhound rules and updates, beagle rules and updates, and all breaking news about UKC Hunting Ops programs. Hear it right here first. Subscribe on YouTube so you don't miss out. Dating back to 1874, the American Field Sportsman's Journal was delivered to the homes of sporting dog enthusiasts and hunters across America, paving the way for the all-around sportsman's publication. Now, under the ownership of the United Kennel Club, the American Field Sportsman's Journal is reborn as an upgraded version of its original grandeur, celebrating the lifestyle for those who value a day in the field with canine hunting companions. The new journal will be a quarterly publication designed once again to showcase our way of life with all sporting dogs, including bird dogs, retrievers, hounds, beagles, and other types of hunting and working dogs. We will also embrace the outdoor lifestyle, bringing attention to wild game, cooking techniques, veterinary medicine, conservation matters, and game shooting topics, all right to the fingertips of our readers. From first-time handlers to lifelong dog owners, we value everyone's story, and we're working to cultivate a community of like-minded individuals who dedicate their lives to their hunting dogs. We invite you to join our movement as we honor our past, embrace our future, and provide a gateway for hunters and handlers of all levels to explore the unbreakable bond we share with our dogs.
Do you love dog shows but dread the paperwork? Introducing UKC's online event entry service. Offer your exhibitors the ease of entering your club events right from the UKC event calendar, making entering your show and paying by card a breeze. Gone are the days of managing bookkeeping for each pre-entry transaction. With the UKC online event entry service, UKC will handle the pre-entries and send your club the collected entry fees and list of entered dogs 15 days before your event, allowing you the time to focus on other event details. Free for clubs, easy for exhibitors. Head to the UKC news section of ukcdogs.com to learn more and streamline your next event. UKC online event entry service for dogs that do more.
If you want the chance to be featured across our social platforms, just tag at UKC Dogs or at UKC Hunting Ops on Instagram, and you can tag UKC Coonhounds on Facebook, or you can use the hashtag #DogsThatDoMore.
Your puppy only gets one start to set the foundation for a lifetime of performance at your side. Fuel growth and activity, support digestive health, and give him a training edge to one day flush, point, track, retrieve. So when the gear comes out, he'll be ready. Make every milestone count with game-changing puppy fuel. Eukanuba Premium Performance Puppy Pro.
Welcome back tonight to the 2025 United Kennel Club Tournament of Champions Midnight Mayhem. I'm your host, Jamie Estep, along with Rick Stretch, and we're in Greencastle, Indiana, and we're excited that you've come and been with us tonight. We're going to jump right to the field tonight. We have another cast winner in, and I know that you're excited to meet them, and so here we go. Alan, who do you have?
Hey guys, we're back here on the winner's deck here again with another winner, another blue tick, as you can see. This time, this is going to be a 4-year-old out of Pikeville, Tennessee, limb-hanging blue rip, Kyle Oakes here, and the dog's co-owned with Johnny Cooper, you see back here. But hey, congratulations, Kyle here. Tell us a little bit about Rip here.
Well, we've had him. We got him when he was about 14 months old. He just turned 4 back in the fall. He's just a coon dog. Consistent coon treer.
Yeah, and you've been hunting him for a good little while, and you've been doing quite a bit of winning with him, haven't you?
He's done good. One of the bigger UKC accomplishments he's made is he won the Perina breed race this year.
Yeah, what's he bred like? What's his sire and dam here?
He's out of Racket Ridge Crash and out of
Red Stick Ann.
Okay.
Red Stick Ann's is his bottom side.
There you go. So you guys, is this the only dog you partnered with, or do you own several other dogs together?
We own a couple other dogs together, a couple females.
So where do you come in, Johnny?
Well, years ago, he asked me, I sold everything I had to him. At one time when he was about 16 years old, and he called me one day and he said, I'd like to buy a dog. And he said, he sent me some pictures. I said, let me find one. And we went and found out, and I went Good Friday, about 3.5 years ago, and picked him up in Arkansas and brought him back, and Kyle was hunting him like 75 nights in a row, and then he just took off.
There you go. So, hey, tell us a little bit about what you like best about this dog.
He's just laid back, honest strike dog. When he trees, he has coons.
Yeah. So, hey, without going into all the details, give us a brief summary of your hunt tonight. You hunted a little less than the 2 hours.
Yes. Yeah, we hunted right at an hour and 52 minutes. So he got a little bit of a easy break at the end, but he treated a coon right out of the truck and recut and treated another coon. I had 150 on both coons, struck for a quarter, and had one at the end for insurance. We didn't need it.
There you go, 300 plus for your final score. Johnny, what do you think Kyle's chances is here with Rip tomorrow?
I like him.
Like him?
He's a coon dog.
Hey, congratulations, boys, man. Good showing here tonight, first night of the TOC, and we'll see you back here Friday night. So, hey, folks, here's our third winner, I guess fourth winner we got here on the winner's deck. Blue Rip, another blue tick. He's going to be in for Friday night. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, well, congratulations to Kyle. Little different setup for Kyle this year. Last year, he was here judging. And,
right.
And this year he's here hunting Rip. Just want you to check that out. You know, just check it out. You know, that's. And we're going to take a look at Rip's scorecard here just in a second. And so I'll just turn it to you and let you tell us what you see there.
Yeah, it's pretty much just like Kyle said. Looks like he's treated 2 coons there and striking for a quarter. And I would assume the second strike there on line 2 that he had to turn back in on dogs possibly trailing. Every dog on line 2 there is holding a 25 strike. So he probably recast back to a dog on strike carrying a 25 strike. So that's where we're seeing that one. But I like the fact that Kyle said he was an honest coon treer, and we kind of see that here. The other dogs had a lot more action, looks like, some good and some bad, and the bad kind of took them out of it. But Kyle's dog stayed true and steady for him, and like he said, I believe he said he had a coon at the end there that he didn't need to tree him on. But yeah, this is another cast where we're seeing a one dog domination here. Whether you can't really tell what happened out there just by looking at the scorecard, but looking at the scorecard, we can see that it does look like another cast where one dog has really outperformed the others. So congratulations to them guys. I looked him up. They're from Tennessee, so they hunted the Tennessee zone, and actually he was the second high-scoring dog down there with 2 cast wins, a 450 on Friday and a 200 on Saturday. And so, you know, he's a double Grand Night champion twice. And so this dog's been winning quite a few casts in his lifetime to get to where he's at tonight. And if he kind of reminds me, we were talking about that elimination style hunter, this dog looks like he's some offense, but maybe some defense as well, because he went out there and he competed for an hour and 52 minutes, and it appears that he made 0 mistakes.
Yep.
And he's striking for a quarter, so on the first one, and maybe he's more sure of himself. Maybe he's a little bit, maybe he doesn't fire off in there, maybe, and act a fool on occasion, but it looks like he's just a solid hound there from what Kyle's telling us and what we're seeing on these scorecards.
Yeah. And one thing that I noticed on the scorecard, something I've been trying to pay attention to each time, on that cast, they scored 4 coons that was on the card,
yeah.
And then Kyle had another one at the end.
Yeah.
So 5 coons was scored, or 5 coons was treed, 4 coons was scored, 5 was treed on that cast. Everything that I've ever heard about Rip has been the fact that he's a coon treer, and that's. But another fact that I would say that Rick pointed out, if our viewers haven't caught up with it yet, is that this made our 4th cast in, right? Is that made our 4th cast in? I think every cast that has come in thus far produced double cast wins in the zones, and so we're seeing dogs that. I think it was Johnny said there, he's real consistent. So we're probably seeing dogs so far that they're winning double cast wins at the zone to advance, and now they're coming right back here and they're being consistent and they're winning again. And so that just shows the sign of the quality of dogs that are here tonight. Not only could they win at a region, but they're winning here as well. So that's, you know, some dogs that's won 3 casts and just in a matter of a couple of weeks on a level that that is not just an ordinary hunt. This is a level of elite competition, if we were to say.
So you know what that means? They've got 3 of their 5 wins.
Yep.
Already.
For next year.
Yeah, for next year.
Yeah.
And so that's pretty important too. I want to correct you. You made a mistake there
okay.
earlier about where he placed in the Tennessee zone.
I didn't make that mistake. You said it.
Yeah, you just follow my lead.
Oh,
here.
follow you. Okay, I'm sorry.
He actually did win his cast twice. There was 2 dogs called.
So
Rip
I was correct there.
Just stay in your lane there for a minute. Actually, he finished 7th in his zone.
Did he?
There was a dog named Rip there at the top on the 2nd place as well. But he had 2 cast wins. Both nights looked like possibly 1 coon each night. He had 225 plus each night. So this dog, he must be solid as a rock.
Yeah.
You know, he must just be a dog that you can count on time and time again.
I want to take us tonight as we wait for some other casts to come back. You made a statement. I've got kind of 2 lanes that I want to take us into, and it's interesting.
I'm sure both of them will be slow.
That you said, probably both of them will be slow. Depends on how fast you want to take us. You said just a moment ago, this dog, you know, had an element of offense, and this dog had an element of defense. Explain what you're saying, because I've told people this is, you know, if you want to be in a coon treeing contest, you have a better chance coming to the Mount Gilead or the LaGrange zone to where there's more multiple coon. That to me is an offensive setup there. But if you want to go to where your dog is more of a 2 coon cast treer or a 1 coon cast treer, you know, maybe that Tennessee zone would be better. And the way the zones are set up actually in the UKC world and the TOC, you can choose what zone you want to go to. And so the better you know your dog and what area your dog's going to function in is the better. So why don't you elaborate on what you mean defense and offense?
Well, I can look back at whenever I started hunting in these hunts, and I always wanted an offensive dog. I always wanted one out there that was just digging, scratching, trying to get in there, giving 120%. And I handled like that, foolishly sometimes. Whenever I got to a point in my lifetime of hunting in these hunts and realizing that, hey, these minus points are killers. Whenever, I'll never forget, we were at some hunt, and I was handling a dog, I forget which dog it was, but I was handling a dog for Dave Juvers and Russ Beller, and I had gotten beat by just a little bit in the cast, but Juvers walked down there and got his hands on the scorecard there, and he ran over there to me and Russell, and he said, right there. He said he has to have first tree on the first turn loose every time he hunts in these hunts. And I took a minus on that tree that night. I had treed my dog too quick, and so it was about that point that I realized, hey, these minus points, all this offense, if it's not good, if it you can be on offense and push and push and push and throw the ball away, or you can hit a bad swing if you're a golfer or whatever. But it wasn't until about that point right there that I realized, hey, back this off a little bit, play a little more defense. They give a same amount of awards for somebody winning by 25 plus as they do 1,000 plus. And that's what I meant about that a while ago. Now, I alluded to the fact that dog probably is a combination of both. We don't know, we haven't seen his scorecards from the zone or regionals that determine whether or not he had just plus points only or whatever else. But just listening to Kyle there, this dog's probably methodical. I would use the word methodical. Probably thinks before he speaks. Something you might pick up on there. I don't know if you caught that there, but as well, he's probably very straight to the point. Trails that track right into the correct tree, and it's easier for him to win. He's going to win casts that he might not be the flashiest one out there, but he's going to be the most solid one out there, probably. So, it's all fine and dandy to be total offense, but there's going to be times, there's going to be places where the coons aren't cooperating, like we mentioned in this elimination style event. Maybe there are no coons where you get turned loose. And this total offense dog will probably get you more in a jam than help you.
Now let's go back to your the total elimination style format. And you got to remember, in the elimination style format, when it gets down to one dog, as we've seen on a couple of these casts, I think Scott's was the shortest at an hour and 11 minutes. But we're going to kind of talk about that. We just got word that we have another cast back. We're going to go to the field, and then when we come back, we're going to finish this thought on elimination style format, a thought that I have. So let's go to the field. Alan, who do you have?
All right, hey guys, we're back here on the winner's deck here at the TOC round number 1. This time I've got a Georgia dog, a 3-year-old male out of Georgia named Electric Cowboy. And a little while ago we talked a little bit about Electric Rodeo. I had 6 pups here in the hunt, and this is one of them. Here he is, and owned by Brian Hudson out of Georgia, handled by Austin Gentry out of Alabama. Austin, tell us a little bit about this dog.
We got him about 14 months ago, and he's been real good to us. We bought him from Ty Flanders in South Georgia. Man, he's been real good to us. He gets us in about everywhere we haul him, and we're looking to finish a big one this weekend.
Yeah, you see you in the winner's circle a lot with this dog. As a matter of fact, last year you were in this very spot here, winning the first round here at the TOC. But what do you think? He's another year older here. What are your thoughts?
Man, I told my buddy when I left the house, I said, I usually, I feel pretty good when I leave the house. I said, it's about time for us to finish one here.
Yeah, there you go. So tell us a little bit. He's off of Electric Rodeo. What's his mother?
Ty Flanders, Pine Bottom Punch Drunk female. She's been a really good reproducer.
Yep, and I think she has 2 pups in this hunt, him being one of them, and I think she's got another one as well. So, hey, without going into all the details, tell us a little bit about your hunt. I talked to you a little bit ago. We were talking. You said it came right down to the end.
Yeah, I tree a coon out of the truck and for 200, I recut and I treed the entry. Another dog trees a coon for 150, so he's only 50 behind, and with 3 minutes left to go in the hunt, every dog was struck and treed. So come down to, if I had a coon, I couldn't be beat. But if I was circle or slick and another dog had a coon, he still had a chance. So I had a coon and give us 400, and here we are.
Hey, you hunt in a lot of big stages like this, and as you're talking about a tight one right down to the end, still get a few butterflies, or what does that feel like for somebody who's been there a bunch of times?
Oh yeah, I mean, I had a good feeling walking into, if he gets treed, you know, I have a good feeling walking into the trees, and I feel like he's going to have every coon. He's just that type of dog. When he gets treed, he usually has his coon. So I had a good feeling about it.
Hey, Austin, congratulations. You're in for the second round here. We'll see you again on Friday. So, hey, there you have it. Electric Cowboy's a cast winner here. He's a 3-year-old male out of Georgia. Brian Hudson's the owner, handled here by Mr. Austin Gentry. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, so here we see our second rodeo pup advancing. So something's happening there. Just in a moment, we'll take you to the scorecard. So let's take a look and see how the cast went. Rick, take us there.
A lot of action. The first thing you see there, you got 3 dogs that have got a lot of action going on there. A lot of circle points there. Looks like we've scored on 5. We've scored on 5 coons again, and yeah, it did come down to the wire there. Looks like strike points. Actually, Cowboy had looks like 50 more strike points than the other dog there that was pushing him kind of hard there. A lot of action here. We got a little more circle on this cast here than we've seen. That's the kind of cast that you generally, I would think we would be seeing a little more of. We had 1 dog withdrawal, kind of probably had maybe scored on a slick tree there, maybe out of the truck or something. But yeah, that every dog that finished the cast treed a coon, and with Cowboy treeing 2 and the other dog treeing 2. But yeah, that's a good cast there. That could have went down if we'd had it another 10, 15 minutes or something. Might have had a different winner or something like that.
Now, as we keep this scorecard here, I want us, Rick, to take our viewers on just a little bit of a walk through here. When we say strike points, we hear our competitors talk about, getting first strike, second strike, third strike, fourth strike. We know what that means. Strike means that the dog is out hunting and they smell a raccoon, they bark, they let the handler know. By rule, the handler has to strike the dog on or before the third bark. Walk us through the point system here of strike. And people see these numbers 100, 75, 50. Walk us through that. So
let's just start there at line 1. The top dog struck for 100. So that was the first dog that was struck that potentially probably opened first on a coon track out there. And so that dog would have received 100 strike points as it's shown there on the top dog. And then go down to the bottom, Cowboy got second strike on that same turn loose. May or may not have been on the same track. It looks like they were split trees when it happened, and Cowboy was plussed and the other dog was circled. And then you see at the top line on the second dog down there has 50, and the dog that withdrew, he had 25. So all the strike points were used on the first turn loose. That's going to happen just about all the time. Then drop down to the second line. We see that we got 2 dogs here. I'm not sure if they wrote that in the right spot or not. I'm assuming that they did not. That if they turn back in on a dog that's trailing, they would keep that on the top line, the first line. So I'm thinking that maybe that was the time there that they didn't. But what I am seeing here is that they probably turned loose back on the top dog and we had a second strike produced there. But just looking at the scorecard there, I think we got.
No, they did turn. They did turn. If you look at your strike number 2,
Yeah.
they were actually split.
Yeah.
So dog 2 and dog 4 split first and second.
Yeah. So that's probably not a good one for us to focus in on or zero in on there. But anyway, we get to adding all the points up and the winner is determined there. But yeah, a lot of action on that cast there. They're not showing the guides on here. I wish we had the guides' names on some of these, or on all these scorecards, where we could kind of say, oh, well, that's why they scored on a few or what. But anyway, I looked at this dog, and so these guys are out of Georgia. Brian Hudson owns the dog. He's at Ringgold, Georgia, and they hunted the Arkansas zone. And I think, is that where Austin's from? Is that where he's from, or is Austin
said
from
Alabama?
Is he? Anyway, they go to the Arkansas zone for whatever reason. And they are the number 2 dog coming out of the Arkansas region. I keep calling it zone, and it's actually a region. But Friday night, 525 plus with this dog. And Saturday night, 400 plus with this dog. So this dog's got a lot of offense in him, you know. He's racking up some good scores here. And and I guess, Alan, I didn't recall that he'd won the first round last year with him. But here he is again. He's one of those repeat, we'll get into that later on, one of those repeat attendees that keeps coming back for more. So congratulations to them guys. They've got to be feeling good about their chances.
Yeah. And then, again, it just shows double cast winners at the regions coming right back to here and winning. I'm going to keep my paper over here this time and not show you anything. I'm going to keep it over here.
You must have forgot to mark it after they announced the winner.
That's how, that's what you've been doing over there. But anyhow, let me go back, Rick, to our elimination style format. This cast, as we know, went all the way down to the wire, hunted the full 2 hours, 120 minutes. Scott's cast, going back to his cast, Scott hunted 1 hour and 11 minutes.
Yeah.
One thing that a few years back, you came down and spoke at our West Virginia State youth hunt, and as bad as I have to say, you did a great job. I have to give you some props for that.
It was fun. It was a good thing. It was a good time. A lot of kids there that weekend.
And one thing that you talked about, I think you talked about Frisky a lot. But you talked about how you would take care of her at a hunt. And when you're hunting at a hunt of this magnitude, how the dog travels, how you take care of the dog, even that fact that Dude only had to go 1 hour and 11 minutes, he's resting right now because he could come back and hunt 2 rounds tomorrow night.
Right.
Talk to me a little bit about, do you feel in your past experience and what you know about dogs today, does that, we'll call it 50 minutes, does that 50 minutes of rest, and could that play into tomorrow night? And talk about, I know you had this process that you went through in taking care of Frisky. Talk a little bit about that now.
Well, you mentioned the 50 minutes. I don't see that being as big a deal tonight. That dog's got all night and all day.
Yeah.
The rest of the night and all day tomorrow to do what he wants to do. Now Scott's going to guide him one way or another. You know, does Scott want to let him rest all day? Does Scott want to walk him, get him out walking? On a single round night, for me and for a lot of these hunters out here, it was much different than when you had back-to-back casts and you had to go out there. So tomorrow night, them guys are, we'll have 6 winners, and they'll advance to the next round. And the process of keeping them ready, giving them a boost, would play a bigger part tomorrow night if they won the first round than tonight. I'll guarantee you that these guys that consistently win, and we see the same names over and over and over, it's not that they're lucky. No. They have a little luck involved there, but they've got routines, and they've got ways of keeping their dog ready. For me, you know, looking here at these guys here that have won, as soon as that cast was over, my thought, and I was a winner and advancing on to the next round, and especially in a 2-round night, my thought process was, wow, what do I need to do here to get my dog prepared to go back out there and hunt 2 hours? They may, you know, might get lucky and only hunt an hour like Scott, or an hour and 11 minutes like Scott did, but what do we need to do to get that dog in its best form, in its best shape, get it feeling its best? And for me, I mean, that mindset, as soon as I was the winner and got my hands on my dog, marching back to the truck, I was thinking, what steps am I going to take here to make this dog a little bit better, have a little bit of an edge for the next round? And you know, fresh water, some kind of a snack, a pick-me-up snack of some sort, calming them down, getting them in the truck. Frisky, her last 2 or 3 years of her lifetime, she never rode in the dog box. She rode in the cab with me, and typically just rode loose in the back seat. Now, if somebody was riding with me or whatever else, she was comfortable riding in a crate behind there. But your mindset, if you want to win major events like this, you got to figure out how and what do I need to do to get my dog prepared for the next round. And there were some statistics earlier, and when we ran some commercials there from Eukanuba that, you know, pointed out dog temperature. How does a dog relieve itself from high heat? Things of that nature. What sort of a snack, what sort of a pick-me-up can we do here? And you need to be thinking about that. And I kind of hit that kind of hard with those youngsters down there at your youth event. And if you'll take care of yourself, you need to take care of your dog first. And you and I, we don't miss a meal, but
I get one tomorrow. I get one.
Well, so far your odds are, you know, I'll take $5 and call it a bet if you want to do that. But you've got to be thinking. It's a mind game here. You got to be thinking all the time. And back to that teamwork. Mm-hmm. Your partner, your backup handler, your owner, your spouse, whatever else, needs to be thinking about that as well.
Yeah, I thought you did a fantastic job there at the state youth hunt talking about that. And actually some of the things that you said, I mean, I always think I did a pretty good job at it, but you kind of even challenged me in my thought process on some of the things that you said. And it was actually very, very good. And so to you guys that are out there, getting to this level, hunting those back-to-back casts, that's very tough. And so we're getting a report that we have another cast ready. And so we're going to jump to Alan. Alan, what do you got?
All right, folks, here we are again back here on the winner's deck. And this time I've got Wyatt Monin here from Iowa. And this is not the first time this guy's been back here. Matter of fact, he's been back here more than about any other person in the barn that's here this weekend. 4 out of 5 years we've seen Buzzrow Creek Hawk here at the finals. And congratulations, Wyatt.
Appreciate it, Alan. Thanks a bunch. I saw how it went the first year. It looked like just an awesome event, so I started shooting for it, and we've been fortunate at this hunt for sure. So haven't sealed the deal yet, but we've been fortunate.
Yeah. Hey, we've had young dogs here. We've had middle-aged dogs. We had a 15-month-old come in here, the first dog back in. Here we've got Hawk as one of the older dogs here, but 525 for a score. But before we get into your hunt, tell us a little bit about how he's bred here.
He's out of What's Up Spot, which Paul Wagner owned in his older days, and Daryl Hargis's female, Slamhound JoJo, which was out of Mike Gilbert's stuff, the doctor and whatnot. Chuck Cliver, Mike Gilbert started him, and I got him when he was pretty young, and he must be built out of something different. He's just been winning ever since he was 10 months old, and keeps doing it.
Yeah, so at 8 years old, what do you do to get a dog ready for a hunt? Do you do much at all? What do you do here with Hawk?
Well, to tell you the truth, I was hunting my pup a lot. He's been looking pretty good, and he had an accident. I don't know what happened. He dislocated his joint real bad on his front leg. And that's the dog I was hunting real hard. I was still hunting Hawk a little bit, but it wasn't the main plan. And my pup's still gimping around a little bit, so I ended up figuring, well, it must be God's way of telling me Hawk needs one more shot.
Yeah.
So here we are.
There you go. I know he's kind of known to, he can get through the country at 8 years old. Is he still doing that?
Yes, sir. I think he's getting worse about it. He's getting sick of dogs being around him, and you cut him loose, and that's his biggest hole, to tell you the truth. You cut him loose, and when he starts going one way, he's going that way the whole cast. So it's just all about the breaks, if you can hear him and if you can flat ground, and if other dogs go that way. So it takes a lot of luck.
Hey, without 525 plus tonight in the hunt, without going into all the details, tell us a little bit about the highlights of your hunt here.
I was the last dog to get treed, but the first couple dogs got treed had a den and a hole in the ground, and I just got lucky. He wasn't running much track. He was just sort of flying around, whacking them, and I treated a second one, and then towards the end, he was really getting in there, and I was just fortunate enough we could hear him about 1.2 miles in there. And Jake Bingham's dog treated a couple of coons too. He looked nice, and he just couldn't get that last one treed, and Hawk was treed on through there. So got lucky to hear him. He was a long ways away. So.
All right, well, hey, Wyatt, congratulations, man. You're in for Friday again with the old 8-year-old Hawk dog out of Iowa here. So we're going to toss it back to the guys in the studio.
All right, guys, congratulations to White and Hawk. Been here and done it before.
Yeah,
and was talking to White today, and he just said, Hawk gets his anticipation up and then lets him down. So we're going to see this scorecard here tonight. So take us there, Mr. Rick.
Well, just a quick glance. I'm assuming he's the one at the bottom there, and that would be correct. He scored on 3 coons there tonight, 525 plus. Like Alan pointed out, and you mentioned too, he's just consistently back in all these events. Made the Final 4 of the World Hunt when Tyler Compton.
Was that Tennessee?
Tennessee, when we were down there at Dyersburg a couple years back, and so that dog right there, he's bred full of coonhounds, and his pedigree is just full of coonhounds from this area. The Illinois and Indiana area, western Indiana and central and eastern Illinois. And he comes from a strong line of good dogs. And he's been in the right hands, and then when Wyatt's got him, man, they just make an outstanding team.
Yeah.
No surprise to see him right back here again. He, like I said, he's got 3 coons here, probably off to himself on all of them. And wow, looks like they scored on 6 coons.
6 coons, that's what I was counting.
Yeah.
I wonder, I need to ask White tomorrow, I wonder if his pup that he's hunting is off of him.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I would be interesting to know.
I think he calls him Diablo or something
I don't know, it'd be interesting to
know. Yeah, I don't
know
know for sure.
if he is. But this cast was actually probably the most coon tree and we've seen involved. Jacob's dog at the top, T-Bone, he had 2 coons, and the third dog down had a coon, and then we see Hawk having 3. I was actually got to be the field rep on Hawk's cast at Dyersburg, and he just treated coons all around that night and looked really good.
So Wyatt carried him to the Missouri Regional, and he won his cast both nights down there. No surprise. Running across here, he had 450 on Friday and 125 on Saturday. So, so far, I think every dog that's advanced here has won 2 rounds at their regional.
Yep.
So, these guys are knocking away at their 5 cast wins.
Yeah.
Will we see Hawk and Wyatt back here again next year? He'll be 9 next year. So, it's good to see these standpie dogs. This dog, he's just been one that just consistently wins, and they're a good team.
Yeah.
I see Wyatt at all the events that that we go to and things like that, and that dog always looks good. He looks healthy. He gets well taken care of, and I'm telling you, that he'll get what he needs from Wyatt to prepare him for tomorrow night's first round.
Yeah, I would say if we don't see White and Hawk back here next year, we probably got a good shot to
We'll
see
see.
White and something back
Yeah,
here next
yeah, sure.
next
Yep.
year. So
Yep.
might be, depends on how good Hawk makes his run this year. And
Yeah.
so, hey, we get to go right back to the field. We got
Wow,
another
they are-
win. So
they're
see who
coming
we
in.
got.
Not Croson, is it?
Yeah,
Croson?
yeah,
Croson, yeah. All right, guys. Hey, here we've got another winner. This time another female out of Alabama, 5-year-old female. Her Buck Creek Crows Battle Axe. And the lucky winner, owner handler Clifford Rivers. Congratulations, Clifford.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, how, tell us a little bit. Let's start with this female, 5 years old. You've had her a couple of years now. You got her out of Ohio, right?
Yes, I got her from Mr. Chuck Dunlap. I've had her for 3 years. Me and my grandson hunts her. He's 11 years old. I mean, he loves her to death. And I mean, she's just been a blessing to me and him. And I just want to thank everybody that supports us and my wife for letting me go and hunt. And she's just a fun little dog to hunt. I mean, that's about all I can say about her.
Yeah, and she's off of Croson, the Dunlap's Croson dog. And do you know what female?
I don't know exactly what female. I know the female mama is off of Big Money. I do know that.
Okay. Yeah, she's kind of a little female. She's wanting to sit down here. She might be a little tired here. I don't know.
No, that's just the way she does. On all benches you put on the bench, that's what she's gonna do. She's just gonna sit down. That's just what she does. I mean,
What is it that you like most about this little Jip?
She moves around good. She's gonna. She's a high-end strike dog, and like I say, she's real good about having a coon. I mean, she's just a pleasure to hunt. I mean.
Yeah, hey, we're out here on the back deck here. We're out here in the open, and it's feeling a little breeze right now. Man, it feels like it would be a perfect night to hunt. Tell us a little bit how your hunt went. Summarize it for us.
We cut loose. I got second strike, and she treed first, and she had a coon, and like I said, I recut her, and well, as we was going to her tree, 2 more dogs was treed in, and then I recut her, and then we went to them other 2 dogs that was treed in, and then by the time we got to her, she was treed again with another one, and then she treed another one. So I mean, she treed good during the hunt.
There you go. Did you hunt the full 2 hours?
Yes, sir. Well, they was like 10 minutes left, and she was treed again, and they just really quit. I mean, they just couldn't win. So that was kind of.
Yeah, what Clifford's talking about here, we're running under full elimination rules, and that means everybody else concedes. At that time, the last dog standing will move on. But hey, congratulations, Clifford! You're in for Friday night, and good luck the rest of the way here with Battle Axe.
Oh, thank you.
So we're going to throw it back to the guys in the studio.
All right, well, we're back, and it's kind of interesting watching that dog. You could tell she was his buddy, you know. She's
a spitting image of a Buck Creek hound. There.
Oh, really?
That face and the way she holds her ears. Those dogs, that line of dogs, I had a couple of them myself, and the Dunlaps, a few more guys, Jim Samples up there in Northeast Ohio. Those guys kind of got with Clifford Dyer, I believe it was, and Charlie Butler, that's where these dogs kind of originated from. But that group of hounds there, that's a good bloodline of hounds, and when crossed on certain things, man, they really produce well. And Clifford has been winning. He's been winning since the day he got her, I believe. I swear, he places her in major events all over. It doesn't matter where they had the event. Clifford's hauling her off to them hunts and wins with her all the time. I looked at, they hunted out of the Arkansas zone, and she was the first dog. She had the high scoring single cast win in the Arkansas regional. And so she's our first dog that was a one winner and at the regional. And but she very well. I mean, I assumed when I looked I was going to see her down for 2 cast wins, but Clifford's done really well with her, and congratulations to him and his son there on all that they've accomplished with her. She's really one to look out for, I think.
All right. Well, I think we get to go back and go right to the field. Again.
Okay.
I don't even know who his father is.
Oh, you don't? Okay. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, you can ask me. He's
Okay.
Alpha Grand Night champion in Wisconsin.
Yes. All right, folks, here we are back on the winner's deck here, this time with another dog from Iowa, another 7-year-old treeing walker male here, owned by Joel Ernst in West Gilroy, handled here by Mr. Joel Ernst here, a 125-plus cast winner, Maline's Full Cry Rebel. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, tell us a little bit about what we got here. Big old dog, big old male dog, got a big old muzzle on him here. How's he bred?
He's out of a Grand Night champion out of Wisconsin, and then his mom's out of Naylor Seaman. He's all grand pedigree except for his mom.
Oh, yeah, I can kind of see that. He's got some of that old Dickerson blood in him here. Yeah. So, hey, you've had the dog for a good while, 7 years old.
Right, and we bought him as a 2-year-old.
So you've had him most all of his life. So yeah, yeah. So what's his hunting style like? What do you like about this dog?
He'll go hunting by himself. He moves the track he tree any kind of coon. He'll run a track. He'll just fall tree, bushwhack coons. He usually covers some ground. Now tonight he got one over a mile both times on both of his trees. So
yeah, it doesn't have a big score tonight, but you don't need it. You don't need a big score. A win is a win, you know. So yeah, tell us a little. Summarize your hunt without going into all the details.
We treated a coon right off the bat. We ran a red hot track. I had third strike, second tree on it, and the coon was in a den, and we saw the tail. Then, so Doug Douglas was in the cast. He was winning the cast, and then he took some minus. And Rebel got treed at 1.3 miles. We went in there. There was questionable whether or not the coon was we could see the coon up there in the top of the tree, and it ended up getting circled. And then Doug's female got treed again right at the end of the hunt. So if she has the coon, she would have won the cast, but she had a den tree. And then Rebel got treed again just over a mile, just about 5 minutes after the hunt, and it didn't matter at that time. So
yeah. Well, hey, a win's a win. You're in for.
Yeah, I've done this enough. I know a win's a win. It isn't always pretty, but you take it what you can get. So
absolutely, 7-year-old male here out of Iowa, Full Cry Rebel. He's in for Friday night. Moving on here. So congratulations to Mr. Ernst here. And we're going to toss it back to the guys in the studio.
All right. Well, we're back. Congratulations to those guys. Heard him say wasn't real pretty, but he advanced. And so, what do you know? Where did he come out of?
He come out of Missouri, and he won his cast both nights up there in Missouri. 175 plus on Friday and 475 plus on Saturday. You know, Joel, they were interviewing Joel there, and I've known Joel for years and years and years. He's always handled a good dog. He's always had good dogs, and he's from Iowa, up in that Iowa way. And I'll tell you what, when he shows up at an event, you don't see him all the time, but when he shows up, he's got his dog ready. I can promise you that. So that, no surprise there. Double cast winner again. And so we've seen, I don't know, we're not going to be able to see the scorecard here for a few minutes, but sound like that they had a good hunt out there at least. And
I was trying to keep up with what he was saying, but they scored one coon with, you talk about breaks in a hunt. We seen one coon. They said they scored one coon with the tail hanging out of a den.
Yeah.
And so that's a break. I mean, you know, that's kind of, you know, interesting that they seen that. So again, even though we've had the one dog that was only a single cast winner, now we're continuing to see the consistency coming out, and so it's pretty exciting to hear these dogs. And so we're right into the process. And so we're going to take just a moment right now. I want to remind you, to all of our viewers, you're watching Midnight Mayhem of the 2025 UKC Tournament of Champions. We're glad that you're with us. We hope that you're enjoying tonight. We hope that you stay with us. I'm Jamie Eastep. I'm your host, along with Rick Stretch, and we're going to go to break for just a few minutes. So grab you a drink and come back and join us. We'll be right back.
day for us to be here, and it is my pleasure to welcome each and every one of you.
Dustin Weed, I'm from Prairie, Mississippi. I call him out, but his name on the papers is Mad Money. I don't know if he knows it or not, but that's what I call him. The first of the cast, it was a one-dog show. Like, I done got frustrated. Nothing was going right, and I was ready. I just tell you, I was ready to quit if Josh would have been ready to quit, and then it changed. I treated a coon, I got recut, and we got in here in a Z, and he had a slick in there, and we pulled off. I was tree, we go to me, I've got a coon. So now with 10 minutes left, we get to cut loose, and I got tree a coon to win. Well, we both get treed. He's got a den, I'm treed through the country, and I have a coon to win. Got me? Out. A lot went on that last hour. Going to that last tree in there, I couldn't say nothing. I was all quiet going through there. I was happy and nervous at the same time. I knowed it come down to if he had the coon, I win. By the time I found the coon, the judge and them seen it, it was a good feeling. It means a lot. I'm proud of my dog. I'm proud of Travis Black for trusting me to hunt for him. Me and this dog has had a lot of bad luck. I say bad luck, it's just bad breaks. He'd be out of pocket or get beat by a quarter, and I know he was too good of a dog not to win, you know, something big, and it showed. It finally come out. That's my favorite win as of right now. Like, it's all different. Like, I've drew good dogs, good judges, good spots. Like, it's all went smooth. I look forward to it next year. If you ain't experienced it, you need to experience it. This is total different than everything else. I don't think he's got a care in the world. He looks sleepy, but I believe we can go unsnap him and he'll fire through there. He'll wake up pretty quick. I take care of him as good as I think a dog can be took care of when he loses or wins. So I don't want him to think he's done too good. He may decide not to win no more.
Good luck, guys. Good luck to you. Little Lacy, 2024 UKC World Champion. How you feeling, man?
My name is Casey Maggard, and I'm from a small town in southeast Kentucky called Hyden. For a living, I'm a forester. My family owns a sawmill and work with my family every day. We buy timber and cut it into logs and saw it into lumber.
I got him. Good job. Oh my gosh. Thank you, sir.
Good job. Nice job, brother.
Thanks, man.
Nice job, buddy.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, Casey Maggard and little Lacy have just sealed the deal. Buddy, what's your initial feelings?
Man, I don't know. I just, you know, it's tore me all to pieces. I can't believe it. I'm so proud of my dog. You know, she's all week. I mean, everything that I ask of her, she's done it. You know, when she's got treats, she's had coons, and I just haven't doubted her. You know, me coming in here, the way she's looked this week, I felt confident she had a coon. And
yeah,
I can't believe it.
Man, that was an exciting cast.
It was pins and needles. That's like I said earlier. You know, every cast this week, I've just caught the right breaks. You know, she's treat coons, and I've caught the right breaks to move on and just like this here, you know, in my opinion, the same thing. These other guys, their dogs look good, and we just came out on top.
You did, buddy.
Well, I had a 1 out of 108 chance, so I mean, it's a possibility, but knowing it now, this is great. You know, as far as in the coon hunting world, this is as good as it gets. She's a world champion, and I am too. You know, that's the main thing. But I don't really think nothing's going to change. You know, we're still here in a night or two. We'll get back after. We're doing what we love. Well, you know, from the beginning, we had a good hunt. Main thing is, you know, everybody got along, good sportsmanship. The dogs operated, you know, like they were supposed to. Lacy was able to tree 2 coons. Braxton's dog treed 2 coons also, but it come down to the end. She had to have a coon, and she did. Oh, I caught her. I barely could talk, and I was trying to tell her that we won, and she said, I know it. I know it. Her and her family had been watching the whole time, so they understand, you know, how much this means to me and how much time we put in, you know, night after night, laying out and hunting, you know, and it's tough when you work. She understands and she appreciates it, and definitely makes it easier.
Welcome back tonight to the 2025 UKC Tournament of Champions in Greencastle, Indiana. I'm your host, Jamie Eastep, and with me tonight is Rick Stretch. We're excited to bring to you all the action, getting to meet, getting to see, getting to know the winners of the round 1. We've got to meet several of them, and we've got a lot more lined up for you to meet. So we're glad that you're with us, and we hope that you enjoy our time together. We're going to be getting you right back to the field as quickly as we can. We have heard that we have several lined up, so when we get our queue ready to send you guys out to the field, we're going to get you right back out there and let you meet these winners. So here we go. Here we go, Mr. Allen.
Hey, here we are again, live here on the winner's deck. And this time we've got a young dog again, a 2-year-old out of Oklahoma here. You might recognize this young guy right here, world champion himself here, Lane Denny. Congratulations, Denny. You got a cast win here with Shot of Pimp Juice. Tell us a little bit about this dog right here.
Yeah, so Juice is a 2-year-old that's off of Fully Committed Money Shot, which Shot is off of Emmy, the female I won the World Hunt with, UKC World Hunt with, and his Juice's mama is a female that goes back to Zeb 3 and Wipeout 3D, Ryan Croson's old female, and Bone Collector and Backwater Homer, just turned 2.
Yeah, and I see you've got a co-owner on here, Joey Goforth. Tell us a little bit. You got Joey on board with this dog.
Yeah, so Joey come on board with me about 3 months ago. So when Juice was about 8 or 9 weeks old, I give half the interest of him to a man by the name of Mike Reed from back home, a local guy, and Mike said, I'll train him and do all the work as long as you don't make me put him in a hunt. So I said, all right, well, if he's good enough to put him in a hunt, we can do that. But so Mike had him till he's 9 months old, and he calls me and he says, hey, this pup's ready to be polished up. And I'm like, you sure he's 9 months old, you know? And he said, yeah. He said he's been treating coons since he was about 6 months old. And so anyways, long story short, I got him back from Mike when he was about 9 months old, and we stayed partners with him for a while. And then, like I said, about 3 months ago, Joey called me and he come on board with me, and he ended up getting in on him and Juice, and bought Mike's half out on Juice and but you know, Shot, and then he bought into Shot as well. So he's partners with me on Shot and Juice.
Yeah, and Joey's out of Tennessee, right?
Yeah, he lives in Ripley, Tennessee.
Yeah.
Yep.
So hey, Oklahoma, here you're in Indiana, a little bit hilly around Greencastle here. How does the hunting compare here?
Hey, it's what I mean. This is hilly where we is at tonight. But I grew up in the hills, so I was right at home. You know, I don't hunt the hills anymore. I'm kind of gotten lazy, but I was kind of right at home with these hills, you know. But it's pretty steep where we's at. But like I said, it was just like I was back at home.
Well, you've got a kid now, so you got to slow down a little bit now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, instead of hunting 7 nights a week, I hunt about every other night. So that's a big deal, a big change. So.
Yeah, well, there you go. So, hey, we're standing out here in the open. You feel a good little breeze going. It just feels like a good night to hunt. Tell us a little bit about your hunt tonight. 375 plus for the win.
Yeah, so we had a great hunt. I believe we scored on 7 or 8 singles. Right out of the truck, I had first on a coon. The other 3 dogs was split. They had a bad tree, so they take a minus I get recut. He gets treed again. I get restrike back for a quarter. And I kind of play a little bit of defense. The cis female ended up covering me. I let him tree for 100 quarter. No sense in treeing first on the deal. And since them three had minus and I treed for 75, we had another coon. So that put me at 3 1/4, and we cut back loose. And long story short, mine gets treed again. It's a bad tree. He don't make very many of them, but he did tonight. He picked a great time to do it. It kind of opened the door back up, and sis treed another coon. And her and the other dog get treed through the country. They're split about 50 yards apart. I'm back the other way, treed again, can't hear him. But we go to them, they got coons, but we're not where we're supposed to be at. That put sis ahead of me, and so we have to call timeout. I go to Juice during timeout. He's got another coon during timeout there, and so we cut back loose with about 27 minutes left in the hunt. And I ended up getting first on another coon that put me ahead, and nothing else happened, so we got lucky and caught the breaks we needed to catch. He opened the door and tried to give it away for me, I think, but just lucky that we ended up coming out and treating another coon and ended up winning the cast. So
yeah, sounds like an action-packed hunt for sure. Kind of like I said, kind of a little dog here, and just a green 2-year-old, just turned 2 years old. And hey, you have tried to get into this hunt. We were talking earlier, and you finally made it through, busted through here with Juice. And what do you think your chances are moving forward here? Tell us what do you like best about this dog?
Juice is a dog that when he's operating right and he's looking good every 10 to 15 minutes, he's treed somewhere. He's really good about having a coon, normally good about getting his head open. He's an action-packed type of dog. He's a little different style of dog than what I normally pack, because them dogs that Emmy and Shot, both of them, they're kind of trailing type dogs, and he's not. He's looking to get treed, so. But when he's, like I said, when he's operating every 10 to 15 minutes, he's treed somewhere, with a coon normally. So he's more action packed, which is good, and it's a change of speed for me, But I just like how the dog operates. He's competitive. He loves competing, and he's. For a young dog, he's all right. He'll give you a chance, and he'll try to give it away sometimes, like he did tonight too. So you know how that is.
Well, yeah, you said it, young dogs, you never know. But hey, it looks like you've got a good one going here, and you're going to take everything you can get with him and take him as far as you can. So hey, with that, congratulations again. And with that, we're going to throw it back to the guys in the studio.
All right, congratulations to Lane. Rick, this dog, he kind of described the dog that you liked, maybe a little offensive, action-packed type thing. But what do you see him there tonight?
Looking back at his, he went to the Arkansas zone and one cast win on Friday night, 375 plus. He made the cut by 2. He had a better score than 2 other dogs. So kind of low on his making the cut there, but he made it. Here he is. He's won the first round. They've scored on a lot of coons, and it was a lot of action-packed. It was an action-packed interview, really, with him and Alan, and they must have got into a real spot of hunting tonight.
Yeah, so, like he said, he talked to the door was opened up for another dog to win it. And
sure.
Got over on some posted property the way it seemed. Had to call a timeout, catch him, and.
So he took a minus strike, minus tree on a blank.
Yeah.
He said he picked a bad tree there and left it wide open for anybody else to win there. So, but moving and getting that dog back in the box and getting his mind on the next woods probably played a good part of it.
Let's take a look. We're going to get to see his scorecard there. It's a little tough to see because we had to change some monitors around just a bit. But can you see that?
I can't see it.
Well, it's going to be tough to see. He might be able to see it on his phone. Can you see anything on your phone?
And my phone's following up on this. Heck, I'll just leave the seat here and they can
go
still
check
follow
it
me.
out.
Looks like, then we lose the scorecard. Can we get the scorecard back up, guys? Anyway, like he was telling us there, we got Sister here has got scored on 3 coons, but she had 2 blanks out of on the first 2 turn-looses here. Kind of took her out of commission there. And old Juice, he's on 3 coons as well with 1 bad tree. 3 of the 4 dogs scored on coons. That was an action-packed cast. My goodness, that really something going on there with that. But be interesting to see who guided that cast tonight.
All right. Well, Rick, we already have another one back. I think they're hustling us right now. So let's go to the field and see who we got.
All right, guys, here we are again back here on the winner's deck, and this time with the 4-year-old out of Ohio, New London, Ohio. That's the northern part of the state there. Got Andrew Goss here with one of the owners. He co-owns the dog with Todd Price. Scored 225 tonight with a dog named 8 Second Ride. Another electric rodeo dog, the third one that out of 6 that he had here at the finals. You got this one through, Andrew. Congratulations. Tell us a little bit about this dog. He's off electric rodeo. What's his mama?
Bandits Wood Witch. It's a local guy back home. Pretty nice little female. Good friend of mine too. It's good reproducing female. She's had a few litters and.
Yeah, and you told me you've had this dog as a pup, so you trained him up and everything. Yeah, not 4-year-old now.
Yep, I've had him since he was about 6 weeks old. Brought him home and trained him up, and here we are.
Yeah, what do you like about this dog? How does he operate?
Man, he's just he's got heart. He's got drive. I can cut him loose just about anywhere, and if the coons are moving, he's going to treat them as they come, and if they're not moving like tonight, he's going to get somewhere and find one.
Yeah, I'm looking at the dog here. He's muscle up 4-year-old dog. He looks like one should look, that's been hunted hard and good and hard here and everything. So, hey, without going into all the details of your hunt tonight, tell us a little bit about your hunt.
We had a very good judge and guide. It was a big, safe place hunting. All the guys in the cast were great guys. He treated a coon right out of the truck for 225, and I cut him back loose, and some of the other dogs kind of made some trees, and he was a little over a mile. Treat again, probably like 15 minutes, and I never did have to treat him the rest of the cast, but it's kind of how it played out.
Yeah. Are you excited?
Oh yeah. Yep.
You couldn't tell here so far, but hey, I can pop or get a smile off here there somehow. But hey, you're in for Friday night, so congratulations here. 8 Second Ride dog, 4-year-old dog out of Ohio, owned by Andrew Goss, Todd Price here. So congratulations. With that, we're going to throw it back to the studio.
Congratulations. Another rodeo pup out. And so I'm assuming he came out of the Ohio zone?
He did come out of the Ohio zone. In fact, Andrew was kind of instrumental on us sending a few casts up there to Nova.
Okay.
And that's where Lacy, she won 2 rounds up there as well. We seen a blip of her there at the World Hunt there last year. But he was a double cast winner in Ohio. He had 150 on Friday. And let me look here right quick. 150 on Friday and 375 on Saturday. So he put on a good show up there in Ohio as well. And, like Andrew said there, he got treated kind of quick after the first coon, after he recut him. But there was so much action going on. We can see the scorecard there. And hopefully I can pull it up on my phone here. But we see that 2 dogs had withdrew there. So at some point, I don't know if Alan asked him, did they hunt the full time or not? Or
I don't know. I didn't hear. I don't think he said.
But the top dog there, Duke, he had 3 circle trees. We got Ride, which just called for 100 strike and 125 plus tree. And that was the only coon that they scored on. And Andrew told us that they had a real good guide and a real good judge. But it seemed like the other dogs kind of took themselves out of it.
Yeah. And it's kind of interesting that he said that the coons weren't moving. We've seen coons moving really good in all the other casts, and it just kind of shows you sometimes location. I mean, sometimes, it's not always going to be like that.
I don't know if he mentioned hills or farmland or what he was in there, but yeah, it's just a perfect example of why we need that elimination style event here.
Yeah.
They did score on a coon and finish the cast with a coon plus, but one tree, if that tree's a den or something like that, then we've got a winner advancing with the total score 0.
Yeah, I was
that
that close to getting lunch. I was that close.
Yeah,
to
you
getting
were
lunch.
1 tree off. But
1 tree off.
Yeah,
so.
that's.
Hey, we already got another cast back, so let's go see who we got. Congratulations. Let's see who we got.
All right, folks, here we are again here on the winner's deck, and got another Lane Denny and Joey Goforth entry out of Oklahoma. We just talked to Lenny or to Lane a little bit ago. We had a winner, and here's another one of his dogs. This time it's a fully committed Money Shot. He's a 6-year-old and being handled by Tyler Compton. Tyler, congratulations here. Tell us a little bit about this dog.
Shot's a 6-year-old. He's out of world champion Emmy and Big Money, Kevin Cable's Big Money dog. He's kind of a trailing type dog, and one of those ones that you ever get the ball rolling downhill and tree that first coon, it's pretty much game on. Tonight, that's what we needed, and they treat a couple coons, and it's pretty nice, just solid 6-year-old, solid, doesn't do many mistakes, and does what he has to do to win.
Yeah. Hey, like Lane, you've also won a world championship with the Jenna dog, but you're a busy guy too with your work stuff and everything. How'd you end up hunting this dog for Lane?
Yeah, so I lost Jenna there after I won the world hunt, and honestly, I wasn't in the mood to hunt much, and got back into it the last 6-8 months, and I started pleasure hunting with Lane here quite a bit, and he had Shot just sitting in his pen breeding a few females to him, and I pretty much told him I was just going to take him home and start hunting him. I wasn't going to let him sit. He's too good of a dog to sit in the pen, and we worked out a deal, and I got him in January there, and I've been hunting him about ever since, and he's been on a good roll, and that's how I've had him. Hopefully we keep it going.
Yeah, and have you thought about what that would what tomorrow night might look like?
Oh, it could look pretty good. You know, I'm obviously rooting for Lane and Shot here too at the same time, and maybe we can get through to Saturday. You know, Lane and I had never been here in all the years. We both won a world championship, been in the top 100 a few times, and never been to this hunt. It's definitely the prestigious one. You know, props to you guys, and yeah, we're excited. We're glad to be here, and you know, another good buddy of mine, Wyatt Monin, made it in too, and we couldn't be happier. We're gonna go have fun and think about it.
Yeah. Hey, 300 plus what you scored tonight. Tell us a little bit about your hunt.
Yeah, I drew Albert Ashcraft's cane dog. You know, he's a local here, and I knew that dog would be tough to beat. We cut loose there, and honestly, Shot wasn't doing a whole lot there in the first little bit of the cast, and they treat a few coons, and Shot got treated there for 25 and 125, and had a coon, and I pulled him off and recut him, and there's about 40 minutes left. He went about 60 yards from his first coon, treated another one, and that luckily Albert's dog was slick there at the end of the cast. He had to have a coon to beat me and ended up being slick, and you know, sometimes better be lucky than good.
Yeah. Well, hey, you're going to take it, and moving on to Friday night. Congratulations, Tyler. So with that, Money Shot's back in for Friday night. We're going to throw it back to Stretch and to Jamie Estep. Back to you guys.
All right. Well, congratulations to Tyler. What about a duo there? Tyler and Lane together. I mean, you know, you said it earlier, it takes a team to make it happen, and that is a team. I think we're going to get a chance to look at his scorecard. So, Rick, what do you see? We're going to have to go up there and get a sneak peek of you.
Yeah, Money Shot's at the top of your page there, and he's like Tyler told us, he was a little slow getting started there, but what he did, he made it count, and he finished the cast there with 325 strikes on the first coon and 25 strikes on the second coon, and looked like you know, your minus points come into effect there. A couple of dogs had took a little bit of minus, looks like, and it did kind of come down to the wire on the bottom dog there. That dog also had scored a coon, so that dog had 200 as well. But a lot of coons being scored there. I was kind of interesting to hear him say that he got a slow start. I don't know that normally whenever you win a cast, you'd like to jump out there and be in the lead right off the bat, but it didn't happen for them. Looking at the region that he come out of, they come out of Arkansas here, and one cast win on him as well, and he had a total score of 475 out there.
All right. Well, we're going to jump right back to the field. We got a dog I think most people are going to recognize. Here we go.
5, Release Little Land. All right, here we are on the winner's deck again with John Strickland. John, congratulations, man.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, hey, this dog, 5-year-old Willie's Little Ann, 5-year-old John Strickland, Ashley Oxendine, Randy Smith, Doug Galbraith are the owners here. Tell us about Ann here.
5-year-old dog moves like they are to move. Got a coon. When she trees, she's got them. That's her strong point. Doesn't do a whole lot of trailing, but when she does trail, she'll come up with an animal. and you can about plus her up from the road normally. And that's what she did tonight. We ended up with 7 1/4. We had a great hunt. We scored 10 singles, I believe it was.
Wow, yeah, I'm seeing this is the high score so far tonight. We've had several pretty decent scores, but yeah, 7 1/4. Tell us a little bit more about the hunt.
Turn loose and little Dixie dog gets first strike. I get second, 75. She trees, I tree. She's got a coon for that. Give her 2 1/4. Walk to me, I got a coon 200. Cut back loose. Blue dog treed behind us, little English dog. Go into her, we're treed again. Kenny gets treed first. He's behind us, so they go to her. She's got a coon. We go to me. I got a coon. Now Kenny's already treed again. I get cut back off the lead and go to Kenny. Kenny's got a den. I'm across the road about 3/4 in there. I got a coon. That give me the other two was kind of out of it, but that give me 500. Kenny 375. We drive around to another place, turn loose, and little cash dog strikes for 100. Strike me for 75. She just drives this track left-handed. I'm like, oh yeah, this is it. Tree me for 100 1/4. She very rarely makes a den. And the cash dog covers me. Walk to halfway in there. Kenny gets treed. So we get in there and we're sitting on a den. I'm like, I cannot believe I'm sitting on a den over here. They would have quit at that point, you know. And Kenny trees behind us. So I flip mine back off the leash. Both of them do. We go to Kenny. He's got a coon. So now I got 500. Kenny's got 5 1/4. And I don't strike for a quarter. I just kind of keep my mouth shut and wait. And when Kenny gets turned back loose, I mean, she's off the chain maybe 7 or 8 seconds. Strike me for 100. And they're deep about half. Strike the other dog. Now Kenny's got to strike for 50. Tree me. Kenny comes treed, but back on the same tree. It didn't matter. Walked me. I had another coon. So that was it.
Yeah, hey, that sounds like an exciting cast. So
Yeah.
7 1/4. So yeah, good night to hunt and everything. Man, she's just a good sized female. Looks the way a female should. Good looking little. How long have you had her now?
I got my hands on her, as you know. J.R. Wall, with her daddy's Willie, won the World Hunt, and J.R. Ellis Keene had her. Eric Emery hunted her. I think he hunted her last year at this hunt. She was in heat. They got her qualified, and then she couldn't come here. So I got my hands on her June 15th, and I started hunting her in the hunt somewhere around July 7th. And with a little bit of money so far tonight, I've won about 162 or 3,000 with her since July. She's won 2 trucks. She won a truck in Kentucky, and then she won a truck in South Carolina.
Yeah.
And like I said, it's a little over 160,000 since July 7th.
Yeah, that is pretty dang impressive for sure. So she's definitely going to be one of the favorites here. I'm sure she was up there. I don't know where she fell out in the pick'ems, but I'm sure it was way up there. And I'm sure the guys at the desk are going to tell us here in a little bit on that probably. But John, congratulations, man. You're in for Friday night here with Willie's Little Ann. With that, we're going to toss it back to Rick and Jamie at the studio.
Appreciate it.
All right. Well, congratulations to John and Little Ann. And Rick has already figured out where she come out of the zone. So tell us a little bit, Rick.
She was a double cast winner there. Looked like she was 5th place in the zone, Indiana zone. And I had John had called me there on Friday night. He was sitting at one of her trees there right on the edge of a little town up there. And I forget the town that he mentioned, but he'd call me. He knew I was going to Aruba. We talked to Aruba for a little bit there, and I could hear Ann back there treeing, and them guys was coming towards him. But 2 cast wins in Indiana to get to where she's at now.
Tell us what you see on the scorecard.
Yeah,
We got a chance to take a look
thing.
at it. We know it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, it was action packed. Albert Ash. Let's see, the cash dog. Let's see here. It scored on 3 coons there in a circle tree. John did a lot of talking for this cast here, and you look at the scorecard, you know why. Ann scored on 4 singles and had a circle tree, and then Dixie 3 singles and a circle tree, and then the bottom dog there took just had an off night there. Looks like took some minus there and withdrew, but what an action-packed cast that was. They scored on 6, 7, 8. 9, looks like 9 maybe here.
John said 10, but maybe
Did he
he's
say
off.
10? Yeah. Action packed, and I think that goes with her. She's out of Willie. before John got her, them guys was doing a little bit of win with her here and there, and they didn't go to the major events like John's drug her around to, but you know that John has a knack of picking a good dog to hunt in these hunts. The last one he had there, that Lone Pine Lady and Randy Smith there, John can figure out pretty quick when he hunts with a dog if it's something that he would like to handle in these major events like this. And my goodness, she's $160,000 winner and headed for 50,000 here this weekend possibly.
And people are paying attention to their winning because she was number 2 on the pick'ems, almost 51%. People picked her to win it all, and so I'm sure she'll be a strong contender heading into tomorrow night. But
so what, 2 years ago, John and that team there and Jeff Rickless won it with Oboe. So
they know what it takes.
They know what it takes, and they've been here and done that. And it's congratulations to that whole crew. That John's kind of the backbone for that bunch, and I would say that he carries them most of the time. But congratulations to that group there. You know, we were talking about teamwork, and you know, another team right there.
All right. Well, let's see who we got. We got another winner. Let's see who we got.
You don't care. Yeah, fine. Okay. Yeah. All right, folks, here we are back again here on the winner's deck, and I've got a good story for you here. This fella right here, Mr. Heston Fish, he's out of Missouri. He's only been coon hunting for not very long, competing for about a year, he's telling me here, but he's got Coon Knob Hillbilly Dale, this little dog you're looking at right here. Got him through the first round. He's a 4-year-old, scored 300 plus. Congratulations, Heston. How does this feel for you?
It's amazing. I tell you, a lot of hard work paying off. So.
Yeah. Hey, let's talk about the dog first. Hillbilly Dale. What you acquired him about a year ago. You said, what is he out of?
He's out of Hillbilly Knot and goes back to Bone Collector.
Okay. What about the bottom side?
Bone Collector.
A Bone Collector on the bottom side. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So he was obviously a well-started dog when you got him. So did you have much experience coon hunting before this last year or what?
I took a 14-year break, and before 14 years ago, I was hunting cur dogs.
Really? So this is basically the first dog you've competed with as far as a coon hunt?
That's right. Well, a little bit when I was 15, 16 years old. I'm 38 now. So
hey, here you're at Tournament of Champions, round 1 in the finals. You're still, gosh, that's got to be awesome.
It's amazing. I couldn't do it without my wife and kids supporting me, and some good buddies back home kind of telling me how this all goes, and teaching me the rules and listening to a lot of you and Trevor.
Oh, well, you mentioned that. Well, hey, we appreciate you tuning into our podcast. I assume that's what you're talking about. But so what are you talking about back home? What do you do back home?
I run a logging business, and then like we talked about, I got a little side hustle that I do a lot of acting with an agency in St. Louis.
Yeah, well, Trevor and I could probably take some acting lessons from you, maybe.
I'd say my agency would pick you guys right up.
Yeah, yeah. But hey, so your hunt tonight, tell us a little bit about it. How did it go? Obviously won, but tell us some of the highlights.
A lot happened. It'd be a long interview if we went through it all, but all 4 dogs made 2 trees, and Dale just got lucky, and we seen both of his trees.
So how does it feel? Is there a lot of pressure on you in a cast like this?
Yes, absolutely.
What do you do to stay somewhat calm and collected?
I wasn't. but after that first cut, I mean, I got last strike. He's kind of a last strike dog, but he's always going to have a coon. I mean, he really actually is a 90% dog, and he's not a gambler, so I don't gamble with him out there, and it's been paying off for me that way.
Just call him for what he does.
Yes, sir.
Easy dog to call?
Yeah, very easy dog to call.
What were you thinking on the way back here? Thinking on tomorrow, maybe what tomorrow might look like?
Well, I'm just a little worried about him. I mean, he had to be treed. Both trees, he was treed for about 45 minutes. So I was thinking about what am I going to feed him tonight to to keep him fired up for tomorrow night.
Well, I could recommend something, but
Well, let's hear it. I'm always
hey,
listening.
we've got bags of it sitting inside there, but yeah. But hey, congratulations, Heston here. Congratulations. That's a good story, man, and I'm tickled for you. So try to get you some sleep tonight. We'll see you tomorrow back here at the barn for round number 2.
Sounds good.
All right, with that, we're going to toss it back to the studio, Rick and Jamie.
All right. Well, congratulations to that duo. Rick, I wonder if we could get you signed up for acting classes. Or
Can you believe that? Yeah, and you know, I'm at a loss for words for that, and I know that's hard for you to imagine, but I think he's our first Hollywood star that we've had make it to the make it after the first round of this hunt. But congratulations to him. It's a good story. Been out of it for 15, 20 years. Gets back in it with this dog right here, and you know, he mentioned there his story was fun to listen to, but he also mentioned a little bit of preparation.
Yeah.
You know, he's been out of competition hunting forever, and you know, listening to Alan and Trevor going over the rules and things like that, that's preparation.
Yep.
And he's worried about, you know, how's he going to take care of this dog? He's concerned about him treeing for an hour and a half tonight on 2 trees. And, you know, I admire that his focus is being prepared.
Yep. They're going to show us the scorecard, and you might be able to tell us, what do you see there? I think he said he made 2 trees, so I think
he made 2 trees, and he made them both count.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing here. And he had last strike and first tree on both of them, and he was the only dog to score on 2 coons. Looks like a total of 4 coons treed. 2 of the other dogs treed a coon, and then the shady dog scored on a coon with one of those other dogs, looks like. But yeah, he seems like, now we look at that scorecard there and we see that he's treated 2 coons. What else do we see here is he stayed out of trouble.
Stayed clean.
And you know, he's playing both ends of the spectrum tonight to get done what he needed to get done. And congratulations to that team right there.
Now, did you find did he come out of the Arkansas
He come
zone?
out of Arkansas. He was a 1-cast winner down there on Friday night with 362.5.
Okay.
And so, you know, that's a good story. That's a good story there. I'm sure he was one of the ones that stood up, you know, today when Alan said, "Is this your first time here?"
Okay.
And here we are. You know, he's hunting this dog, getting it ready to win this hunt here, and then he's off to Hollywood probably next week somewhere, doing some acting. But I will follow up on that tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
And see,
You wanna know-
You know, do a little more in depth.
Do you want to know what he does, or do you want to sign up?
Well, I'll leave that between me and him. I don't need to be discussing.
Well, we've
that
got
with you.
another cast in. Let's go to that.
Boy, they're just rolling right in here.
All right, folks, here we are again with another winner. This time I've got the #1 qualifier coming out of the Kirksville, Missouri region a couple of weeks ago. Dog named Just the Norm. He is owned by Mr. Cleon Van Cleek out of Indiana, scored 475. Congratulations, Mr. Cleek here. Tell us a little bit about the dog here.
Now, Norm, he's just a good old country coon dog. Likes to have him coons when he gets there. But
What's he out of?
he's out of Nossa River Cuz and a Jigs female.
That's the name. That Cuz dog's name. He's had something in this hunt every year so far. All 5 years, he's been one of the leading sires there. And here's just another one. But yeah, you had him. You sold the dog. You got him back again. And you told me a little bit ago this dog's been on a roll.
Yeah, he's been on a pretty good tear here the last month or so. He's really putting some wind slips in, anyways.
Yeah, not just here at the regions and now here. He's done good at the PKC World a couple of years here not too long ago.
Yeah, he was in the top 20 of the PKC World Hunt. I thought I was going to go all the way that weekend, but fate wasn't in my cards that weekend. So
yeah, well, you always take what you can get. You've been doing it for a good while.
I was just happy to be in the top 20, and just like here, I mean, it's a blessing. The dog's been good to me. So
what do you like about Norm here?
He's just an athlete. I mean, slips around the country, gets treed. He's got them coons when you get there. I mean, probably cost me thousands of dollars catching coons on the ground. I mean, I can't tell you how much I've lost because of that. But, you know, other than that, I mean, he's just well balanced. Trees a lot of coons. He can tree any type of coon. It don't matter. They can be laid up, and he's still going to put you on the card with plus points.
Yeah. Hey, 475 is what he had tonight to win that. Without going into all the detail or a lot of detail, tell us a little bit about your hunt.
Well, and it started out, I thought I was going to wrap this one up pretty quick, and then it ended up being a nail biter there at the very end. Drop in there about 9/10 right off the bat, get treed, go into him. I got 200 on it. I got a coon. I get him recut. We got to go back across the road, recut him, trying to get him back in the area we're supposed to be in. I get him recut. We go score another dog. Well, we come off of his tree, and the other two guys have done went to handle theirs. And mine's treed again. So when I leave there, I just go straight to my dog, and they go score them. And they had a little bump in the road on the trip over there. But anyways, they come back, and we got me scored, and I had another coon. So that put me at 350, and Cody Stallard at 225. I mean, we come back in, we went back out, and they jammed one out of the truck there at the end there, 6/10 of a mile in there. They racehorsed and got treed. Had 4 minutes and something left, 4 minutes and 50 seconds, I believe. Cody says he wants to turn them loose. We turned them loose. They didn't go 100 yards, caught a coon on the ground. The other boy's dog in the cast, Pretty, she's the only one that got struck on it, and the hunt was over. So,
yeah, sounds like an exciting cast, though, pretty much down to the end there. But hey, congratulations, Mr. Cleek. You are in for tomorrow night with this 6-year-old dog you call just the norm here. But he looks like he's probably ready to lay down, rest a little bit, and I'm sure you're ready to do the same. We'll see you tomorrow night back here at the barn.
Yep.
Hey, congratulations. Hey, with that, we're going to throw it back to the guys in the studio.
All right, well, congratulations to those guys. Just another consistent cast winner. Where did he come out of?
He kind of like Alan mentioned, he was the #1 dog in Missouri, and Cleon lives in Indiana. Now, what kind of strategy was that, you know, to go out there to Missouri? But it worked well for him. 600 plus on Friday night, and 1,050 on Saturday night. So, and he wasn't even the high scorer. Single high score there. We had 1150 out there on the #2 dog on Friday night. So a lot of coons scored out there, and then we can see here by his scorecard, it's kind of like what Cleon said about him. He he got the job done here. He scored on 3 coons. Looks like he had a 50 and a 75 on a coon with looks like the Blade dog, and so anyway, they scored on 4 coons. Looks like. And I think they mentioned that they caught 1 on the ground, so 5. They were in a good area there tonight. Yeah, he mentioned the fact that he had had that dog and then sold that dog. Holding and Cooper had that dog for a little bit, and then he got him back somehow. I'm not sure what. Lucky for him, he did get him back, and so. Just congratulations to him. He's got a good, solid dog there, and I know he knows that dog. I know that him and that dog have put the time in together, and they'll be a force to be reckoned with tomorrow night. It's they're in a spot that they're familiar with.
Yep. Well, congratulations, and I think we've still got more casts just continuing to come in. As you can tell, things are picking up, and we're excited to see cast winners come in. And we'll take you back there just as soon as we get ready for another report. Rick, we're probably, I haven't counted the cast, we're probably close to being halfway done, I would say.
I've got 3 and 5, that's 8, 11, 12, 13. I got 13 in.
Okay, so we got 13.
No, you know what, I'm looking at this here, and maybe I missed something here, but probably not likely because I'm the one doing it. But South Carolina, the regional there, we haven't
pulled a winner.
We haven't pulled a winner out of that region right there.
That's kind of interesting.
Yeah. So yeah, we're halfway. We're just a little over halfway at this point, and I guess maybe they got a couple more
Yeah,
standing
working
there
on
waiting.
it. Let me ask you a question. We talk a lot about what are the winners feeling? You know, what are they doing getting ready? Are they taking care of their dogs? What are they doing preparing? How do they feel driving back up, doing the interview? How are they getting ready for tomorrow? And so we're going to come back to a question on that. I want to ask you that, but we just got a report. We have another one from the field, and we want to go there. So let's see what we got.
Yes, we can, and we're going to leave it at that. Yeah. All right, guys. Hey, we got another blue dog here. We had 4 blue dogs in this final of the top 96 here, and this is the third one we've seen here tonight. So this time we've got Lonesome Blue Boy. He's a 3-year-old owned by John Stever out of Illinois. Congratulations, John.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, tell us a little bit. I'm sure he's from your home stock. I'm sure, right?
Oh, yeah, he's from Lonesome too, and a dog I had called Ring. So
yeah. Yeah. So tell us a little. What do you like about this dog? What's he? How does he hunt?
different style. He's a little quicker on the strike, and quicker to get treed. So a little more action in him for what I catch, for what I pack. So
you've hunted this same strain, same line of dogs for a good number of years, haven't you?
Yeah, for a long time.
As long as I can remember.
That's what I'm thinking. Me too. So, I think 01, 02, somewhere in there.
Yeah, so it's been a good little while. Yeah. What do you like about Blue Boy?
It just, like I say, he's just full of action. He's more action packed. He's nice tree dog. Gets struck quick. So
is he off of his mother? Is his mother something you raised as well?
Oh yeah. She come off of the old Buzz dog. I can't even remember. If I ain't my Annie Up dog, and actually Annie Up and Tucker's Blue Boomer is what the mother come off of. But Annie Up was off my stuff. So
yeah, you're not too far from here in Illinois. You're over close to the Marshall area, right? An hour or two from here.
Mm-hmm. 2 hours. So.
2 hours. That's not far. That's not too. So you're kind of one of the hometown favorites, I'm sure, over here. But seems like you've done pretty doggone good here with your blue dogs for a lot of years. But hey, 300 plus tonight. Tell us a little bit about your hunt without going into all the details.
I mean, it was just he struck second and got in there, got treed. I didn't get him treed. There was 2 other dogs treed. Well, actually 3 dogs got treed, but I didn't get him treed in time. We walked up a hill and I was trying to catch my breath, and guy got ahead of me on my own tree, so I took 75 and 75. But then he got off by himself and struck for a quarter and got treed for 100 and a quarter. Had another coon. So
yeah. He's still a young dog, 3 years old. He's gonna be the one you're gonna be pushing for a while, I assume.
Oh yeah, yes, yep.
What do you think your chances are? Have you thought about tomorrow a little bit? What tomorrow might look like?
I'm not thinking about it at all. We're not gonna worry about that tomorrow. We'll take that as it comes here. So
hey, young 3-year-old dog like this, how hard do you push him before a hunt like this? You hunt him pretty hard, pretty regularly. What's that look like?
He has been, but I had a hunt Saturday night and I lost, but he hasn't hunted since Saturday, so I just give him a break and let him rest. So, so I don't know. He usually hunts about every night.
Yeah, well, there you go. Hey, that worked. You got a cast win here, and you're moving on, John. So we're going to see you back here at the barn at the TOC for Friday night, round number 2. So congratulations. All right, we're going to throw it back to the guys in the studio. Rick, Jamie.
All right. Well, congratulations to John. He's always a fun one to be around. And,
he's a character, John.
Yes, he is. He is. He'll make you laugh.
Yep.
Where did he come out of?
He come out of Indiana and double cast win there in Indiana, 225 plus on Friday, 275 plus on Saturday. Kind of an interesting pick there, you would typically think a more offensive dog possibly, and John's dog went right up there and beat everybody that he hunted with. So we're looking at a scorecard here that was we got 3 dogs that withdrew, and there was no mention of how long they hunted in the cast, I don't think, when Alan was talking to John. But a little bit of plus and a lot of minus from the other dogs. And Blue Boy, 2 coons. John said he actually felt like that possibly he might have treed the first coon, but climbing one of them short hills, if you looked at John, you would know that he wasn't lying when he was trying to catch his breath getting up one of them hills. But anyway, scored on 2 coons, stayed out of trouble, and that's what it's been taking. Stay out of that trouble, and you're going to advance if you got a dog treeing a couple coons.
That's right. Well, guys, just kind of a quick update on where we're at. I think when Mr. Rick counted up, we're a little better than halfway.
That would make us 14, I think.
Yeah, a little better than halfway, so 10 out. Just want to remind you tonight, you're watching the 2025 UKC Tournament of Champions Midnight Mayhem. I'm Jamie Eastep, your host, along with Rick Stretch tonight. We've got 10 casts still out. We're excited that you've come this far with us, and we hope that you finish the race with us. We're going to go to break here, so go grab yourself another drink and come back and join us. We got 10 more winners to meet, and we hope to see you right back here.
They're partners, ready to do whatever it takes. Athletes that pound for pound can outrun, outwork, and outperform anybody you're watching on Sunday. No contract required. You don't waste that kind of potential. You train it, fuel it, unleash it. You feed nutrition that holds nothing back. The Eukanuba Premium Performance Lineup.
Check out the United Kennel Club online store for all of our magazine subscriptions and UKC merchandise. Go to shop.ukcdogs.com and you'll find all the best gear to support your UKC lifestyle. Snag a new hat, hoodie, or t-shirt and subscribe to our many publications, including our world-leading coonhound publication, Coonhound Bloodlines. We even have research pedigrees and rule books available to purchase. Why wait? Shop now. Guess what? We have a podcast. The all-new United Kennel Club podcast will not only feature great guests living the sporting dog life, but also rules and sport updates. Tune into the Hunting Ops podcasts with Ellen Gingrich and Trevor Wade to hear the latest coonhound rules and updates, beagle rules and updates, and all breaking news about UKC Hunting Ops programs. Hear it right here first. Subscribe on YouTube so you don't miss out. Dating back to 1874, the American Field Sportsman's Journal was delivered to the homes of sporting dog enthusiasts and hunters across America, paving the way for the all-around sportsman's publication. Now, under the ownership of the United Kennel Club, the American Field Sportsman's Journal is reborn as an upgraded version of its original grandeur, celebrating the lifestyle for those who value a day in the field with canine hunting companions. The new journal will be a quarterly publication designed once again to showcase our way of life with all sporting dogs, including bird dogs, retrievers, hounds, beagles, and other types of hunting and working dogs. We will also embrace the outdoor lifestyle, bringing attention to wild game, cooking techniques, veterinary medicine, conservation matters, and game shooting topics, all right to the fingertips of our readers. From first-time handlers to lifelong dog owners, we value everyone's story, and we're working to cultivate a community of like-minded individuals who dedicate their lives to their hunting dogs. We invite you to join our movement as we honor our past, embrace our future, and provide a gateway for hunters and handlers of all levels to explore the unbreakable bond we share with our dogs.
Do you love dog shows but dread the paperwork? Introducing UKC's online event entry service. Offer your exhibitors the ease of entering your club events right from the UKC event calendar, making entering your show and paying by card a breeze. Gone are the days of managing bookkeeping for each pre-entry transaction. With the UKC online event entry service, UKC will handle the pre-entries and send your club the collected entry fees and list of entered dogs 15 days before your event, allowing you the time to focus on other event details. Free for clubs, easy for exhibitors. Head to the UKC news section of ukcdogs.com to learn more and streamline your next event. UKC online event entry service for dogs that do more.
If you want the chance to be featured across our social platforms, just tag at UKC Dogs or at UKC Hunting Ops on Instagram, and you can tag UKC Coonhounds on Facebook, or you can use the hashtag Dogs That Do More.
Your puppy only gets one start to set the foundation for a lifetime of performance at your side. Fuel growth and activity, support digestive health, and give him a training edge to one day flush, point, track, retrieve. So when the gear comes out, he'll be ready. Make every milestone count with game-changing puppy fuel. Eukanuba Premium Performance Puppy Pro.
Hey, welcome back tonight to the 2025 UKC Tournament of Champions. Just a reminder, we are here in Greencastle, Indiana. We're excited to have you with us. I'm Jamie Estep, your host, along with the fan favorite, Rick Stretch. He's still going strong tonight. We have 10 cast out.
Why would you say it like that?
Well, because you're kind of old. Your cup says vintage, and so we're a little worried about you that you might get,
Lord, I'll still be dancing
tired.
when you're
You'll still be dancing tonight?
You're sleeping.
All right, well, maybe that's true. But we're going to jump right back out to the field. We have another winner waiting on us. Let's see who we got. Oh, not yet? Okay, well, we were.
See, there you are, right there.
Right there.
Yeah.
See, that's
As soon
what
as
happens.
you say something bad about me, then that's what
That's what happens.
That's what happens.
Well,
right
why don't
there.
you cover for me right now? What can you say?
Well, back to, we'll do a quick count here on the regions. 4 for Missouri so far, 4 for Arkansas. We've got 3 from Ohio. We've got 2 from Indiana. South Carolina's still looking for their first, and 1 from Tennessee. So that's where we're at as far as regions producing first round winners.
Well, that's kind of interesting. I want to ask you a question. We started to talk about something, and we got we had to go to a winner, I think it was, and it seems like all the way through the night we talk about the winners. We talk about what are they doing to prepare for the next round. We talk about what are they feeling, the excitement, things of that nature. But you had said it at the beginning of the program that it's 75-25. There's going to be 75% losers, 25% winners. What do you think these guys that 75% be thinking about that, because we are going to get to go to the field. But I want to know what these guys. I want to know what those 75, what's going through their minds, what you think just a little bit. So let's go to the field and see who we got.
All right, folks, here we are again on the winner's deck here. I got another 8-year-old well-seasoned dog, this time male dog out of Minnesota. Big Money's Color Me Up, owned by Mr. Fred Tanis here. Congratulations, Fred.
Thank you.
Tell us a little bit about this dog. He's 8 years old now, and you've had him, 3 years? So you probably, you bought him when he was already in his prime, pretty much.
He was a good dog when we bought him. Yeah, he's just solid. He's nothing flashy. He just gets the job done, has coons when he trees.
What's he out of?
He's out of Big Money.
And what female bottom side?
Man, that's one thing I don't know.
Doesn't matter if he's good, right?
Yep, that's a fact.
It might matter to somebody though. But yeah, that's so what do you like about this dog? What made you go after this dog?
You know, he's just a solid dog. He's always there. Yeah, he was in the top 24 last year here, and you know, he did it again this year, and he just, like I said, he has coons when he trees.
Yeah, that's right. 2 years in a row here for him, and just this year you've got Billy Jutton. Did I say that right, Billy?
Yes, you did.
Yeah. What? So where do you come in here? So when did you start handling this dog?
Last year I started hunting him a little bit for Fred. Then told me to take him to TOC, see what we could do.
Yeah. So do you keep him at your place or what?
Yeah, he stays at our house.
Yeah, there you go. So, hey, tell us a little bit about your hunt tonight. You don't need to go into all the details. I'm looking at you. Looks like 225 for the cast win tonight.
Yeah, we got lucky. He got a first strike and went in and got treed and had the coon. And on the recut, he had a den tree. And that was pretty much the hunt.
Did you hunt the whole 2 hours?
Yeah, we hunted the whole 2 hours, hour and a half in the rain.
Yeah, you told me you were standing out here waiting here a little bit, and it looked like you were kind of cold and a little miserable. You said you got into a bunch of rain.
I'm cold. No, it was wet.
Yeah, you didn't like it. I told you it sprinkled here a little bit, and I don't think you liked that comment. I wasn't to offend you.
No, that's right. It was cold.
You can't wait to get back to the hotel and get a shower, get dried up, can you? Hey, congratulations here. We'll see you tomorrow night here. But the 8-year-old out of Minnesota is back here again as a winner in the first round of the TOC. Color me up right here. Back to you guys.
All right, congratulations. Let him go get dried off and get warm. And he's cold. It's the first one we've heard about rain tonight.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit. We're going to check out the card here just in a moment. Can you see that, Mr. Rick?
Well, they moved it 3 feet closer, and I still can't see it. But I'll move out here by it. But yeah, I think he said he had 225.
225 and a den.
Yeah, he's the top dog on the scorecard there. Yeah, he had 225 plus and 175 circle. Compared to the other dogs, yeah, he had a tight cast there. It's a 75 strike with a 125 tree there. The dog on the bottom there, Stickman. And it also had a circle tree, probably den, hole in the ground or something. But anyway, they come out on top. I took a glance at his regional that he come out of, and that was Missouri. And they won both rounds down there, 450 plus on Friday and 225 plus on Saturday. And so, you know, he's got his 3 wins for next year. Just lacks a couple more to be qualified to be here next year. And congratulations, them guys. I'm not familiar with Billy at all. I don't know how long he's been hunting or competing or anything like that, but I believe this is the first time I've seen his name out there. But congratulations to them. They've made a long trip from Minnesota to here. And I'm sure that dog is probably glad to be down here in a little warmer weather, even though Billy's a little bit chilly. I kind of surprised that Alan kind of tried to aggravate that guy a little bit there. That guy looked quite a bit bigger than Alan, and why Alan would do something like that. But it's getting late in the night. He's probably not thinking real clear or something like that, you know.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, last year when they said the dog made it to the top 24 last year, I think Cable hunted the dog last year.
Oh, he should have, yeah. I know him and Fred were partners on some dogs there at one time.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's a good chance that you're right on that.
I think Cable hunted the dog last year.
Good chance of that.
While we're waiting on our next winner to come in, let's go back to our question.
I've already, what were we?
You done forgot what our question was, wasn't it? Well, how do you think the 75% is going to feel tonight?
Yeah.
What are they going to take from this?
Well, hopefully they had a good hunt. Yeah. Hopefully that their dog, you know, give them a chance out there. You know, not all of them do, but I would certainly hope that they were impressed by the venue that UKC has developed here, and you know. Once you get here one time,
you want to come back,
and your experience is a little bit better than average, or you know, average or better, you're coming back here.
Yeah.
It's not if you are, it's when you are. And I think for the most part, them guys, you know, this isn't Bozo's Big Top. I mean, not everybody's a winner, but you know, I think that they'll go home and say, wow, this really is a good place to be here this weekend.
Yeah, I would agree. And if I could say something before we go to our next winner, if you're a viewer or if you maybe are part of that 75%, take it as a win tonight. I mean, this is an awesome setting, an awesome venue, and like you said, if you're here one time, you want to come back. This is something that you want to experience. So get out there and get those 5 cast wins and be a part.
They get a check for being here, right?
I think so.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
sure.
they get a token there for being here as well.
I think so. So
Yeah.
So we got another winner. Let's go to the field and see who we have.
Really? Yeah. All right, folks, here we've got another dog out of Georgia, a 3-year-old, a young dog here. He was just talking a little bit ago. He said it's a 10-hour drive up here.
Yeah.
But yeah, here I am with Cody Ryerson is the handler here. Dog's owned by Mr. Kerry Rooks. It's a name we see. He's had bought a lot of dogs over the years, buys a lot of dogs, and partners up with a lot of dogs here. But Money's Big Time Crash. Tell us a little bit about Crush. Yeah.
Yeah. Crush, he's a 3-year-old. We got him back into 2023. And he's been real good to us. We granted him out real quick. Been here twice. It's our 2nd year in a row being here, and finally caught a break this year. Got in the top 24. Got him in the top 100 of the world last 2 years in a row. Got him qualified again this year for it, and I think this made his 7th cast win for the year. So we got him in for the TOC again this year.
Well,
next year. So
that's a good deal.
Yeah.
That's a good deal. Hey, so off of Big Money, I guess, and what female?
A female called Shady Jane. She goes back to she's directly off of Hillbilly Deluxe.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So you the dog's 3. You got the dog as a young dog, and you ended up selling him to or
Yeah, me and Carrie. Of course, everybody knows Randy Leonard, and
yeah.
Me and Randy. He introduced me to Carrie back a few years ago, and hunted a few dogs for Carrie, and we just kind of went from there after Randy passed, and it's been a roller coaster, but it's been good.
Yeah.
It's been good.
Yeah. You told me that you already talked to Kerry on your way back here to the clubhouse. What do you have to say?
Yeah, I talked to Kerry, and he was tickled to death, and he said maybe we'll be here Saturday night. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Hey, tell us, without going into all the details, I don't have your score here, but how'd your hunt go tonight? Tell us a little bit about it.
I ended up at 500 plus. He looked good right out of the truck. 2 dogs jammed the coon about 2 minutes when we turned loose, and he got off to himself about 500. He had a coon. I think I held 2nd strike, and recut him off that. He went in there deep, about 700-800 yards, and he was treed again, and I kind of held back a little bit on him, and wasn't nothing around him. I ended up treating him again, and 2 dogs covered him 4/4, and got in there. He had another coon. I recut him off that, and we went to a couple more dogs. A few of them I drew some minus, and I was kind of just laying back and see what happens. And we had it was about an hour, and probably right around an hour left, and he treed again, and I ended up treeing him. And because another dog was treating, he was going to end up being tied with me, so I ended up treeing him. Couldn't hear him real well, and went to that dog. He had a den, and we went back to him. He was actually in a ground hole, and we hooked him up, and judge started time. We looked back, and there said the coon right in the hole. Said ended up with 500. I walked the rest of the hunt out. So,
man, that's got to be a good feeling, huh?
Yeah, it worked out pretty good. Everybody was 2 coons behind me, so they pretty much we walked about the last 20 minutes out.
That's got to be a good feeling, though, to get it wrapped up like that. So, yeah. So then on the way back here and talking to Mr. Kerry, that's awesome. So, hey, congratulations. And I'll tell Mr. Kerry, your handler here, Mr. Ryerson, he's got your dog in a good place here in the first round. He's moving on to Friday. And with that, we're going to toss it back to the guys in the studio. Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
All right. Well, congratulations to those guys. And so we expect them to be back at it tomorrow night. Where do they come out of?
They came out of Ohio. They're from Georgia, drove by South Carolina, and they come out of Ohio with 2 cast wins, 200 plus on Friday, 287.5 on Saturday. Taking a look at what went on tonight with him, we're glancing down here, and he's the top dog up there, and you can see there, there's the first 3 lines there. He's filled them full of plus points, and got him a total score of 500. And you know, the other dogs had a lot of action going on, and some good, some bad, some in between. But another kind of a 1 dog dominated cast there, what we're seeing. And you know, when you mention Kerry Rooks, you're talking about a legend.
Oh yeah.
He has been around for decades. I can remember when I first started hunting, Kerry was involved in these hunts, and man, he's had just good dog after good dog throughout the years, and really a well-respected guy. Just a top shelf competitor, and always has a good dog there. Whenever you see his name, whenever he enters an event, and you know that they've done their homework. Whether or not they make the final cut or not, it's up to the dog and the handler. But congratulations to them guys. I appreciate them legends. He's been around forever.
Yep. Well, I think we actually already have one ready waiting on us. So guys, let's go to not yet. Not yet. Well, we're getting close. How's
yeah,
that?
We're getting close. You're kind of jumping the gun there. Are you getting tired?
No, I ain't getting tired. I just kind of.
That was one of the things that we talked about with you, that you tire awful easy.
I tire off easy.
Yeah, one of the things
when I get to your age, I wonder how tired I will be.
Phew.
That's what
You
I'm
will
telling
be
you.
tired. I'm surprised. I'm still on Aruba time here, so
Yeah.
I'm
But-
ahead of the game.
Well, take us back to our statement. Do you remember our question? Oh, well, let's wait. We're going to the field. Hold that.
Hold that thought,
I
and
think
let's-
you'll recognize this dog. Let's go
Well,
there.
I'm sure I will.
All right, folks, here we are. It seems like it's World Championship night, or we got some. Here we are with the defending world champion right here, 2024 UKC World Champion, Casey Maggard. The dog's owned by Jack Maggard out of Kentucky. Little Lacy, man, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, hey, for the folks that don't know, tell us a little bit about what she's out of here first.
She's out of World Champion Willie, and then her mommy is Tree Jam and Holly, and she goes back to Trick Magic and Mill Creek Magic.
That's it. That's it right there. World champion. She did it for you again here tonight. But man, you've been here before several times. You've had quite a run with this little dog.
Oh, she's been good to us. That's no doubt. That's people ask me about taking her to hunts and stuff. You know, at this point, she don't owe us a thing. She's just been a blessing to us.
Yeah, you know, it's been a little while since the World Championship, now back in September, but you watch that video clip of that last tree where she wins it, and I still go back and watch that every now and then. That thing's got a lot of views, but that's she's just been so good to you, Casey. But hey, we could sit here all night and talk about this little dog, but without going into all the details here, tell us about your hunt tonight.
Oh, we had a good hunt. I think we scored on 4. Lacy treed 2 to herself, and that's kind of it. We done a bunch of walking, but we had a good hunt.
Yeah. So what does your training look like leading up to it with her? You're still hunting her a lot, obviously, you know, but what, you still hunting her hard or what?
I wouldn't say hard, but we keep her hunted up, you know, in good hunting shape. She's the kind of dog, you know, you ain't got to be out there every night with her, you know, 3 or 4 nights a week. That's plenty, really. So we couple nights a week, you know, and then I'll rest her before we go somewhere.
Yeah. So are you hunting any other dogs? You're pretty much still just hunting her.
Yeah, just for me, you know, she's the only one I got at my house, which we own 2 more dogs, and 2 other guys hunt those, Lonnie Hubbard and Eric Pite, and yeah, that's kind of it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, here she is again. Here she's been here before, and she's been up there in the top 6. She's made it past that Friday night round before, so we'll see if she can do it again. I know she's one of in the pick'ems. I know she's up there in the pick'ems. I don't know if she's number 1, but she's got to be up there. So for all the Little Lacy World Championship fans, congratulations. Here she is, and she's still in the hunt right here. So with that, congratulations again. We're going to toss it back to the guys in the studio. Congratulations, Casey.
Congratulations to Casey and Lacy. She's not number 1. She's not number 2, but she is number 3. 47% have picked her to win it. So far, out of our top 4 picks, our number 1 pick hasn't come in yet. So we're still watching for that one. What do you see, Mr. Rick?
Well, she come out of the Ohio zone. Kind of a change of strategy with them guys right there towards the end, right before the Ohio zone. Cody Main handled her up at the Ohio zone, and they hunted out of the Nova Club both nights. And she was a double cast winner, 225 plus on Friday and 225 plus on Saturday. So Cody and her did a good job and got Casey By the way, what was up with that mustache he's got there? Did you notice that?
I did
Is
notice
that
it.
his or is that store bought or what's going on there? I'm not.
You might have to interview him and
I
the St.
will
Louis
interview
guy
him.
together.
I'll get a closer look tomorrow for sure. What didn't make no sense to me, but yeah, they had an action-packed cast here. Looks like Lacy's on first strike, first tree on 2 coons there. Cowboy up here towards the top of the scorecard. He's on 2 coons. Took a tree minus, striking tree minus, as well as the second dog there, 3 zone, and the third dog there had 200 plus and withdrew there. So we're not sure what went on there, but kind of an action-packed cast there, and no surprise that these guys are back in this hunt. You know, she come right off that world championship win there, and she's just a darling dog. I'm positive that just looking at teams, and we've seen some good teams tonight, but them 2 right there, Lacy and Casey, that's a strong team right there. You know, we've witnessed it here in the last few months, and kind of surprising to see Cody Main take her up there and win. And, you know, that's also one thing that I like about dogs that you can kind of switch handlers around on a little bit, and they still perform.
Yeah.
We've all had that one dog that only looked good for yourself or whatever else, but it's kind of nice to see that, hey, she can be handled by a couple other guys. You know, I know Eric Pyatt hunts her on occasion, and she's just a sweetheart of a dog for sure.
And the thing of it is too, when they put Cody on her, it was not like they was putting anybody that wasn't good.
Oh,
Cody's
that's true.
I mean,
That Cody's top shelf.
Yeah, top. I mean, you just came right back with you got Casey here and Cody the same level or better. So, all right. So we're gonna go right back to the field.
All right, guys, here we are again with another pup right here, another 1-year-old. We had 4 1-year-olds in the hunt in the finals here tonight, and this is number 2 that has made it through that we've seen here in the winner's circle back here in the winner's deck. This time, like I said, out of Tennessee, Josh Jones back here in the back, and Mr. Jonathan Moses here is doing the handling. You cone the dog. Tell us about the dog here.
He's just he's mostly a dead loner. He might trail the dog out of the truck, but then he just moves like a rocket. I mean, he hunts off the recut same as he does out of the truck. That's what makes him. I mean, that's the reason he wins a lot, because he's looking for that second coon like he does the first one.
Yeah, you said you basically got him when he was 9 months old, so he did all the training and everything on. He's a good-looking dog too. He's, you know, for being just under 2, man, he's a nice dog. Got a nice head on him and everything here. So, what is your relationship? I guess you probably pay the feed bill and he does all the handling.
Yeah. That's how it goes. Funny story. Me and Jonathan started hunting.
This is going to be good. He wanted to get the camera rolling here. He's got money to make here. He said.
Well, me and Jonathan started hunting. I'm 40. Me and Jonathan started hunting together, competition hunting when I was 15, and we still hunt. We pleasure hunt. We hunt through the weeks. We run the road still to this day. So 25 years, we're still doing this. We've been in the UKC world before together, been in Super Stakes finals. We've had a good run at it. So it's nice to run with your best friend. I'm the only child, and he's been like a brother to me, but we've got a lot of memories running down the road, and Dale's been good to us. We've had a lot of nice dogs, but as he's aged, he's got a lot to come for him. I do feel like.
Hey, that is awesome. That's an awesome story. You know, young guys hunting with buddies and stuff like that. That's what's a lot of it about. It's winning's good, but all the memories you do, hanging out with your friends, hunting with your friends, and all that. That's got to be good stuff. What's this dog out of?
This dog right here is out of Little Money, and a female that goes back to fighting side. I purchased Dale when he was about 9 months old. We got him from a guy out of Georgia, Richard Wade, that started him. And he's had a lot of potential, showed a lot. Jonathan, he's the pup man. I like them when they get about 3-year-old. That's when I'm ready to say, hand them off to me and start on another one. But he's always been good with these young dogs. And Dale's, you could just see it when he was young. Dog's got a lot of hunt in him, and that's what it takes to win.
He just might never get this one though.
Yeah, well, it's going to be at least it's going to be at least a year. He said 3. You don't want to see him till 3.
I get to hand him a little bit. I just come out of PKC World with him up there, and when the work schedule hits, I still get to handle a little bit on him. So yeah. but we've had a good run, and hope we got a lot ahead of us with him.
There you go. Hey, 325 tonight. Without going into all the details, how'd your hunt go?
We treated some coons right out of the truck. I took 100 strike. He was treating there about 900. I asked the judge, "You got me?" And about the time I asked, another boy treed, so I had to take 75. We go in there, we got a coon. We recut. He gets through the country, which he's about 0.7 then again off the recut in a few minutes. Well, another dog is treed through the country, so we go to it. He's got a coon, so that puts him at 150, and me and the other boys both got 175. Well, I'm treed, but we can only hear him when we got back to that rise. Well, the other dog that's got 175, it's winning the cast, gets treed. Go to him, he's got a coon, so he's got 325. I've got 175. Well, I finally get treed when I get back out in the field. We go to him, I've got a coon. Well, about that time, them other two are treed again. So I'm still beat on tiebreaker tree points. We both got 325 with like 14 minutes ago. I recut stationary. We have to put stationary on the dog that's winning, go to him, and he's got a blank. So I get the break. Hopefully that's the break to win the 50,000.
There you go. There you go. Well, hey guys, you heard it right here. A couple buddies from Tennessee, Josh Jones, Jonathan Moses here, doing well with a dog called Maxed Out Dow Jones. He's in for Friday night. Not even 2 years old yet. So that we're going to toss it back to you guys in the studio.
All right. Well, congratulations to those guys. Another set of teamwork there.
Yeah,
guys, it's been partners for years.
That's just the definition of it right there as well. Double cast winner in Tennessee, 475 on Friday, 225 on Saturday, and they were the #1 dog coming out of that region.
So they won that region.
Yeah, we what did Alan say? He had like 300 or 325.
2 coons, I think.
And looking down here, 2 trees, 2 strikes, 2 trees, all plus, no minus, no circle. Very clean scorecard. Willie Dog had 2 coons treat as well. Took a little bit of minus there at the end. And Cash Dog had a coon and a circle tree. A lot of coons treating on that cast there as well. And that's just a real good story right there. You can see the friendship that them 2 guys have together. And it mentioned there that one of them was the only child there, and they just kind of held on to each other all through this time. A 1-year-old dog.
Yep.
You know, we're hunting against some of the best dogs in the nation, and these 1-year-old dogs are still showing up here.
Yep.
And back to, we haven't seen a blue tick come in here for a little bit, but we got 3 blue ticks in this thing this weekend. Yep. And
I think that's all we've seen is 3 blue dogs and the rest walkers, I think. I don't think we've seen an English dog or the black dog or the red bone.
Yeah. So, with that.
So we have one ready waiting on us. Maybe we got one right here. So here we're going to go back to the field.
All right, folks, here I am with one of my good old buddies from the Columbia City Coon Club, our home club back in Columbia City, Indiana, Whitley County Coon Hunters. Terry, we've talked about this before. You've tried to get in this hunt several times, but you finally got through this year, broke through with this little dog named Mud Run Fizz, a 4-year-old female that you own. That's something new too. You're always hunting dogs for other people, but hey, congratulations. But tell us about this little dog, Fizz.
She's nothing special. She just goes and trees coon. She's by herself all the time. Nothing fancy. Just a little old coon dog.
What's she out of?
She's out of Frogger and a Mojo female on the bottom side.
I got you there, yeah. So what is it that you like about her?
I like because she's by herself and she's good about having a coon. And she's just fun to have around the house.
Yeah. Hey, tonight in opening ceremonies, I was ribbing you a little bit. Yep. All the first timers had asked them to stand up, and there's a bunch of them. You were obviously with those, and I mean, I don't know. I already thought about it coming up here or whatever. Think about some of the dogs. You've hunted some dang good dogs over the years, and have had a lot of luck here. But it's just good to see you back here in the TOC here. But this time with the Fizz dog. Tell us a little bit about your hunt tonight.
There was a lot of luck on my side. She treed 2 coons.
You drew the world champion Cookie.
Cookie treed a coon and Trump treed a coon. At any time, if them 2 tree a coon, they can beat me. Cookie made 3 circle trees in the meantime. So I got pretty lucky. She was sitting in there treed, but she was in there about a mile, and I couldn't hear her until after the hunt was over with. I was able to go get her. But
yeah, the man upstairs was looking over me tonight for sure.
Yeah, he's been doing this for a long time. I mentioned you've hunted a lot of good dogs. What still gives you the fire? You still like to what's why do you still like it?
Ah, God,
Do you still have the same passion, or does it change, or what?
I do, but I mean, the older I get, I don't near have the fire I used to. But yeah, I still enjoy it. I still like going to the hunts. I like to hunt. I don't hunt near as hard as I used to, but I still like it. Yeah, I mean, it's when I'm going, I was pretty excited about coming down here. I was pretty excited.
Yeah, good deal. And obviously you got to, because I've never known you to really have any of your own dogs. As a matter of fact, none that I can remember of. But here you've had this one. You said she was pretty much a natural. And so, but yeah, hey, you're in for Friday night. So, hey, congratulations. Good luck to you. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Hey, with that, we're going to toss it back to the guys in the studio. Rick, Jamie.
All right, guys. Well, congratulations on that win. And what zone did he come out of?
Come out of Indiana,
All
and
right.
if you're talking about luck, he was the last place dog.
All right. What
to
was
make
his
it
single
down here.
score?
He had 775 plus.
Okay.
You know, a shout out to Randy Davis. I know Randy Davis hunts with Terry a lot. Them two are inseparable. They're a team.
Okay.
You know, they do a lot of hunting together and this, that, and the other. But another clean scorecard, Jamie. I just can't say it enough to where these dogs that are winning are staying minus free. 2 coons, 2 25 strikes. Yeah, we're looking at Cookie here. They had 3 circle trees there and a coon. We got Trump up there with a coon, and then no more strikes or trees for him after that. And Rip had treed a coon, treed a circle, and looks like possibly might have had a blank. He had a strike and tree minus. But action-packed cast, and Terry, it sounded like to me he might have been wandering around out there without a dog to handle. She got far enough in there where he couldn't handle her there towards sometime during the cast there, but congratulations to him. He and I go back a long ways, and Terry's won some big events. Won the national championship there with Bella Ann. Shout out to Bella Ann. We've all had our hands on her at one time or another. But yeah, Terry's been doing this for a long time, and I'm glad to see him win. And I'm glad to see him win with his own dog. And, you know, I promise you Randy Davis has got some stuff. He's got some training techniques or something in there that him and Terry worked on to get this dog ready for this.
That's awesome. So it really kind of points out again to teamwork. I mean, you know these guys better. I mean, I don't know who Terry is.
You can do it on your own, but it's just twice as hard.
It's twice as hard,
You
yeah.
know?
And I will say this, a shout out to Cookie. We were talking about our picks, folks getting be able to pick the winners. And Cookie was our #1 pick. And Cookie, 64%, almost 65% of people had chosen Cookie. So people take notice of her success that she's had in the in the past. So right now, out of our top 4 picks, we still have 3 of them in: Little Ann and John, Little Lacy and Casey, and then Dude and Scott.
Yeah.
So we have 3 out of the top 4 still.
You mentioned
still
him again.
in.
Maynard texted me and said I needed to correct you. Rodeo was out of Mojo Mason.
Okay, so I need to. I wonder if I would text Maynard and what if it did need to correct you. I think right.
That might have been how that.
That might have been.
I don't
how-
remember, but
You're getting old and you're tired, right?
Yeah, Rodeo
Yeah.
was out of Mason,
Out
not
of Mason.
Mojo.
Okay. Do we have one ready for the field? I think. All right, we're gonna see what we got.
All right, folks, we're back out here on the winner's deck again, and I'm telling you, that wind's picking up a little bit. It's getting a little chilly back here, but need to zip up here a little bit, but it's got to be a good night for coon hunting, and it's showing by the scores. Here I got another one coming back in here with 550 plus tonight, and this is going to be Johnson Creek Gabby, and I don't think anybody that knows this dog is surprised to see her here. I don't know where she lands up in the pick'ems, but she's generally, last couple of years, she's been right up there, one of the favorites for sure. The dog is out of Indiana. She's a 6-year-old owned by Nick Emo and is handled tonight by Mr. Eric Emery. Scored 550 plus. Congratulations.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So you said, I asked you when you got the dog. You said just last night.
Yeah, Wednesday evening, about 10 o'clock.
Yeah, but I'm sure you hunt with the dog. You hunt with Nick a lot, so you know a whole lot about the dog. Tell us what's she out of?
She's off of Fred Bear, Daniel Wilson's dog, and Abby, Nick's old female.
Yeah, so obviously you probably hunted with the dog quite a bit, and just a good looking female, looks the way and the size a female should look
Yeah.
like, I think. But tell us a little bit about your hunt tonight.
Turned loose. I treed a coon first and first out of the truck, and we was far in there, so we had to call timeout.
Hey, you told me I don't have all night here. You said you treed 9 or 10, so I don't want to know all the details.
We go to the next spot, and we jam a coon out of the truck, and I actually take second on it because I haven't hunted with her, you know what I mean, in a while. And we cut off that, and a bitch trees 3 singles on a ditch, and I'm like, well, this is over, right? There's 27 minutes left, and I'm on Google Maps finding my way home like it's over. But she gets treed again, and I tell the judge to start stationary on her, and she's slick. And while we're standing at her tree, I can hear Gabby treed for the win. I treated with 30 seconds left in the hunt, and we walked 8.86 to her, had a coon.
Holy cow, that's got to be a little bit emotional there.
It was a nail biter all the way to the end. It was a roller coaster. It was up and down. Like I said, I was on my way home, and then it all fell into place.
Yeah, hey, trading dogs off with different handlers like this obviously doesn't phase this dog much, or doesn't change the way she hunts.
No, it don't affect her. No, anybody can hunt her. She's easy to call.
What do you like about her?
She's by herself. She has coons.
Yeah. Hey, she got it done tonight. Sounds like in a nail biter, 550 plus. So congratulations. We're going to see her back in tomorrow night. Is Nick going to be up here? Or are you going to do it?
He's building a house right now, and he's been having some trouble with some contractors and stuff. And that was a problem last night. He's like, I got too much money invested in all this. Come get her. So we met in Warsaw there on 30 and made a dog swap. And
well, maybe you can help him out a little bit with that part.
That's the plan.
There you go. All right. With that, we're going to toss it back to the guys in the studio. Johnson Creek Gabby.
All right. Congratulations to Eric and to Nick. And so I'm assuming she came out of the Indiana zone?
She did come out of the Indiana zone. She had 375 plus on Friday and 325 plus on Saturday.
So another double cast winner.
Double cast winner. And then pretty good story right there. You know, they put a plan together on Wednesday night on how this dog was going to get down here and then win tonight. So, yeah, looking at the scorecard here this evening, well, we got a lot of stuff going on here. I think Alan mentioned they scored on 10, but you know, here we are. She scored on 3, had a second tree on one of them, but 0 minus, and she the other 2 dogs closest to him did pick up some minus, so that was probably the difference there. Just giving it a quick glance. Lots of action on this thing. I'd like to know who might have been doing the guiding on that one there. But boy, old Gabby and Nick, they've been everywhere, and they've been showing up in that final round everywhere they go. Congratulations to Nick. He, you know, he's kind of a one-man band. You know, I guess you don't see a big entourage with Nick, and he hunts his own dogs and breeds his own dogs. You know. So congratulations to him. He's done a great job here, and he does a good job of showcasing his hounds. Yeah. They're ready to win when they get here to a place like this.
Alan had mentioned the Pickums, and she's in the 6th spot. In the
okay,
6th spot
there you go.
At 17% picked her to win it. And if you're going to make a trade on Wednesday to a handler, trading her to Eric to bring down here, there's probably no better.
Well, there was a lot of risk involved right there. Probably.
And
now, you know, Eric's had his hands on a lot of good dogs,
yeah.
And one of them being the one that John Strickland's got right now. Eric done quite a bit of winning with Ian, and here we are. You know, he showed up right here in the big league again, over and over, and congratulations to him.
Yeah.
I'm glad he accepted the position there, and then you know that nonsense of talking about going home early and not finishing the casting or whatever all that was going on there, or talking about
I'm sure if he was
before he was even out of it. I don't know about that, Nick.
I'm sure
we may need to go back in there and cut that
I would
out.
just about bet you and say that if Eric was looking at Google Maps, he still had one ear open, and he was listening. And I'll have to say too, you know, she's off of one of my favorite stud dogs to hunt dogs off of, and that would be Fred Bear.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been a ton of winners come out of him, and so we got another one, man. They're coming in on us now, so let's jump right back out and see who we got.
All right. Hey, folks, here we are with this little dog out of Ohio, 5-year-old Tiny D here. Nathan Ratliff is the first owner, second owner, Justin Ross right here. Handled the dog 300 plus tonight. And we were just joking around a little bit. I went on your Facebook page or I saw it showed up tonight. You're taking this on in. You're taking pictures of you in line with D out there, and you're taking pictures of them taking pictures of you. You go inside, you put the dog up. There's pictures out in the parking lot. There's pictures inside, and there's pictures of your food, everything.
Well, yeah, you gotta let the old lady know you fed me. I
Yeah.
get mad at you.
Hey, that food was pretty good. That
It was. What are you feeding me tomorrow?
Well, hey, we'll work on that. We'll feed you. Yeah. Hey, let's talk. Tiny D, what is she here?
She's out of my old tiny Jip, and our old diesel dog stuff we hunt. She's got about 7 shots of Whitey and Nailer. Pretty much Whitey. And that's about just homegrown. Hunt what you breed what you hunt stuff.
Yep. So you've had her since she was a pup.
Well, actually, I let Nate buy her off the litter, and I had given my cousin. He had gotten some trouble and wanted to get back into hunting, so I gave him my pick when she was 11 months old, and I got this one back when she was started, and I've done it all since then.
Yeah. What do you like best about her?
Pre-limes or after limes? She's got the heart and desire. She's like I said, you don't need a leash. She's got brains, probably the brains. That's her top thing. Handle, don't need a leash. Call her off a tree, across the river, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I noticed that you don't have a lead on her. Most of the guys I'm telling, hey, let's keep a lead on these dogs here. And
Well,
don't want her to be running after them, but looks like she's pretty content just standing here.
oh yeah, she won't go nowhere. You put her in the back seat and drive the other dog's treat, she won't lift her head.
Yeah.
She's content just chilling.
Yeah, nice looking little dog right here. Hey, without going into all the details, tell us about your hunt.
We split treed real quick right out of the truck, 3-way split. All 3 had coon. One was running loose. I cut back into it. She floated through there, I don't know, 600. And treed again. Got to her. She had another one. Red dog treed. We come to hit it, treed on a tree that was already treed. So we kicked back loose again, and she shot the country and was 1,000 yards. And scorecard will show I think I had 75 on it. The other guy treated his dog in there, but when we got in there, she was by herself, and then the other dog was running around. I think it had left, and then we had the debacle about touching a den tree. If you're allowed to do that. So we had to come back and call timeout and come back and handle that, and then got regrouped. We went to this other spot, and it just kind of went downhill for a minute. They blew through there about 900, but we couldn't hear him till he was like 300, and it was slick. I mean, I took a minus on it, and we cut back loose, and another boy treed, and he'd have had me beat if he had a coon, and this dog got hot and got down, got in the river, and took a minus and rolled out, and then she was treed again at the end, but I didn't need it, and she had it, and that was the hunt.
Yeah. Hey, you'll take him any way you can get him.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah.
However.
Yeah. Hey, Justin, congratulations. Got Tiny D in here, and go put her in the truck, and I'd go back there in the kitchen. They might be able to fix you a plate of leftovers here before you leave. She's still hungry.
Hotel said she was allowed in. I'm just going to let her go to bed.
There you go. All right, man. We'll see you tomorrow night, Friday night, round number 2. Yes, sir. All right. Going to throw it back to the guys in the studio.
All right. I'm starting to worry about what I'm going to eat tomorrow, too, because my chances of you buying is slimming down real quick.
Yeah, you're not going to, I won't have to worry about that. Tiny D, she was at home there in Ohio, and she won her cast on Friday night, 975 plus. I don't know if you remember or not, Jamie, but wound up there with right there towards the end of the draw out, and we had like 4 casts that we had guides on that we didn't need, and I had 3 guides on that one cast. And I'm telling you, when I approached them guys, and I thought, man, I'm going to get a lecture here, and I approached them guys, and they already had it figured out who was going to guide that cast. And I was so at ease whenever they told me that it wasn't a problem, because, man, them guys enter them hunts and they tell you that they'll guide, and you got them down to guide, and I'm sure we had them stuck to a scorecard. And then we had, like, I don't know, you'll remember the number, but it's 22 no-shows, I think. Yeah. And so we had to back up on some of our guides there. And anyway, a special thanks to Justin about being a man there and handling it. And it worked out great for him. He wasn't the one that got the guide or volunteered the guide, but it worked out great for him. I don't know what he done on Saturday, but he obviously didn't win his cast. So, yeah, looking at his scorecard here, she was on 2 coons there, 50 strike on both, and first tree, 125 tree, and you know she took a 50 minus there on the last turn loose, looks like, and the other dogs took considerably more minus than her, and another cast probably didn't hunt the full 2 miles because we see 3 withdrawals there.
Yeah.
But you know, once again, stay out of the minus column, and tree a coon or 2, and you're going to advance on this thing. So, congratulations to Justin. He's a hometown guy right there. He, I don't know, what is he, probably 40 minutes from Mount Gilead. He helps out on everything we do. I can call him, and he could have a big job going on or you know, have a lot of work going on and maybe have to call me back in a day or 2 to let us know that he can do it. But Justin's just the type of guy that you'd like to have on the outskirts of your club. You know,
Yeah,
just helping out a bunch.
Justin, several years back, sold a pup to a guy down around home, and the guy bear hunts him, and honestly they all kind of wrap around the diesel dog, and has done a really good job. Really strong pack of bear dogs down there out of. And Justin's been down there bear hunting a couple of times with him, and so we're
if
going to
you
jump.
follow Justin's Facebook, man, you'll see him and Tiny out there in bad weather, in bad hunting areas. I mean, that guy hunts that dog in conditions that most of us probably wouldn't.
Yeah.
And that's probably why, you know, here he is. He's advancing to Friday night.
Yep. So we're going right back to the field. We got a winner. Who we got?
All right, here we are again. It's been pretty fast and furious here, and we are winding it down, but we've got a couple out here, and here's one. What's Up Frog? He's a 2-year-old out of Indiana, owned by Russell Beller, a name that's very synonymous in the coonhound world. Was handled tonight by Mr. Matt Bebout. Matt, tell us a little bit about this dog. What's his dog out of?
This one's off of Frogger, and a Beller female that Brooklyn owned. She made the cross and raised the puppies, and we sold them all off. And we found this one. You know, a guy got started and going real good and treeing coons. And Russ called me up and said, "Here's a dog for you to hunt. Come try him out." So here we are.
So you've hunted this dog pretty much since it was started?
Yeah. He went and got him from Ohio, and the dog already treat coons and stuff. All we had to do is just a little homework, and Russ has been walking with me every step. So can't thank him enough.
Yeah, there you go. Brooklyn's back here too. Brooklyn Wood. You're kind of handling the dog here. Looks like you've got this dog likes you, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Do you hunt the dog quite a bit too?
Oh, here and there, yeah.
Yeah. So, hey, tell us a little bit about your hunt tonight. Won the cast with 275.
Yeah, every time I'd get up, I would catch a bad break, and then I'd get a good break, and then it finally come down to the end where I had to have that coon, and he had it to seal the deal. So he did his job, and I did mine.
Yeah. Hey, it's starting to cool off a little bit. Brooklyn, you said you're ready to get into where it's warm somewhere, right?
Yeah, it's pretty cold out here.
Yeah, it is cooling off, but it had to be a nice night to hunt, right?
It was beautiful. We had a good spot, good guide, good judge. So yeah.
All right. Well, hey, congratulations, you guys. You're going to be in for tomorrow night, and I'm sure Russ is going to be rooting for you here. So, hey, but with that, folks, I will tell you we've got 2 more casts out, 2 more dogs to interview, and we've got word that both of them are on their way back. So it shouldn't be too much longer. But with that, we're going to toss it back to Jamie and Rick.
All right. Well, Alan must be getting cold. He said that every time.
I did the same thing that Alan did there a couple years ago, and nobody worried about me. I mean, my teeth were chattering down there. It was cold, and it can get chilly out there on the back porch there, on the deck there of that place, and it's cold outside, maybe a little mist and rain. Indiana is where this dog came out of, no surprise there. Double cast win, 300 Friday and 175 on Saturday, and so we're looking at the scorecard here. We got 2 withdrawals here. I see that kind of early on. A lot of action between the other 2 dogs here, but looks like this old frog had 3 coons treed, 3 trees that were plussed, and that's showing here about 250, 275 minus. And but the other dog didn't score on as many coons, and So he was able to pull it out there, and like Matt said, it was back and forth, up and down, roller coaster ride for him. Congratulations to him. He's done well there. Matt's handled a lot of dogs throughout the years, and he knows exactly what it takes. He's got some prime hunting up there that he can hunt that dog in, and I'm sure if him and Russell are hunting, they're going from woods to woods to woods to woods. And when Russell zeroes in on one, there's probably not a guy out there that is more determined than him to get one right. And they don't live too far apart. I think probably maybe half-hour drive maybe between the pair of them. But congratulations to that team right there. They've got them something there, and they're advancing them tomorrow night. 2-year-old dog. We got a young group in there, and we got a senior citizens group in there as well.
Yeah. Well, congratulations to those guys. And as you said, Russ is famous, a legend, as you had said earlier, and then Matt is no stranger to winning as well. Well, guys, stay with us. We just heard the report from Alan that our final 2 cast is on the way back, so we're not far from wrapping this thing up tonight. And just to kind of to remind you of what's going to happen, I want to remind you that tomorrow night, Friday night, we have 2 rounds tomorrow night. We have our first round will be 6 casts, 4 dogs in each cast. Well, one might be able to, we'll have 6 casts, and then the second round will be 3 casts, and it will be 2 dogs in each cast. So it'll be a heads-up type deal. Then on Saturday night, we'll have the final cast will be of 3 dogs. Now, tomorrow night, you're going to be able to follow up in live time if you are an elite member of the Houndsman Advantage scorecard system. Go tonight, download that tomorrow, download that. It's $77 a year to be an elite subscriber, and you will be able to see live time updates as the judges put those scores in. You'll be able to keep up with all 6 casts, and that's tomorrow night. And then on Saturday night, we'll be right back here live with you. I think we can maybe come live at 8:30. I'm not sure of that yet. 8:30 or 9, just check out all the different Facebook pages, and you'll know when that's going to happen on Saturday night for the final 3. And so we're excited to bring this to you tonight. And Rick, I want to kind of go back one more time. What do you think those 75%? So we're really close to that 75% now. And so what do you think?
I would hope that they were all glad to be here.
Yeah.
I would hope that they were all glad to be here. It's a red carpet event. I just don't know. Every year we come down here, every year it gets a little better.
Yeah.
And I hear it time and time again from the hunters out there. Man, this is awesome. This is great, And we got a $250,000 purse involved in this thing, and that's derived from entries throughout the year, prior year, and it's just amazing to me that things go as well as they go every time we come down here. And I don't know. I would hope that they go home satisfied with the fact that they've been to one of the premier hunts that they'll ever get to go to.
I would agree. And, I talked to a friend of mine today, and it looks like I'm not conceding yet, but I have a feeling I'm pretty well beat on the lunch tomorrow. But at least next week I get lunch from an Ohio guy. Jacob Coons has to buy me lunch. Me and Roy Swafford next week, so I'm at least getting some Ohio money.
That's the Rabbit Dog guy.
That's the Rabbit Dog guy.
What's that got to do? What are you doing up there?
I'm going up to Beagle Nationals and taking care of some stuff, and mainly going up to eat is what I'm.
One of them guys is feeding you then.
Jacob is feeding me next week, so I told him Roy said I had to give him props tonight in this for me able to get fed next week. So
I wonder which one of you 2 guys could eat the most, you or Roy. Well, last time I seen Roy, he's like the rest of us.
Yeah,
he likes good food.
I think Jacob. I told Jacob to bring his company credit card. That we're going to.
Der Dutchman probably.
Der Dutchman. Is it close there?
That's probably where where are you going, Zanesville?
Zanesville.
That's a little bit of a ways, but it's worth the drive, probably.
Is it? Well, you can just come on over and we'll make Jacob buy yours as well. So that's.
You mentioned the Beagles.
Yep.
And this is kind of where they got the idea with this scoring system.
I think
here.
Jacob is, or Matt is working on a beagle part of it as well. So that's something Matt is doing. But what I was saying about Jacob is I told him today, I said, you got to come and experience this. I know he's had the opportunities to come judge, and I would say that to anybody. You got to experience this. Go get that dog qualified. Work your tail off to get here. It will be worth it. It's one of the premier events of it's just premier. I don't know how else to say it.
Yeah, I don't know what event matches this. I don't think any event supersedes this.
And the thing of it is too, for the $250,000 for a $150 entry.
Yeah.
I mean, that's something as well. I mean,
we, this thing was set to start like a year earlier than when it actually did, and they just didn't quite feel like they had all their ducks in a row, so it got prolonged another year, and they got all their ducks in a row, and now they just keep adding another duck or two every year, and I don't know. I'm kind of prejudiced, I guess, towards it, but it's just you need to experience it one time, and then when you do, you're going to be back.
It's just the atmosphere. Walking down the little driveway there, the little.
Remember when we had the video? I think it was a video. Maybe we just had a picture. But when Joe Manning come charging down that sidewalk with all the banners on each side, that right there, that'll forever be in my mind. With
it's
this
just
event here.
It's just a cool experience, and the venue, the Three Fat Labs venue, is just a remarkable venue, and it's the only coonhound event I've ever been to that you have parking that tells you where to park at. So
they're waiting on you.
Yeah, they're out there waiting on you,
and kind of like law enforcement, really.
Yeah, it's security out there. So they do a good job taking care of the people, and
Doug and Tyler and Cody, them guys. They get all the judges rounded up. They get all the guides rounded up, and even this morning when we were all eating breakfast there, we were discussing. We weren't, you and I weren't, but Doug and Alan and Trevor were going back and forth on are we good on judges? Do we need another judge or whatever else? And somebody had to back out of their judging position. And I don't know what, 2-3 minutes, Doug kind of filled it up with somebody that's hunted all over the country, has hunted in many hunts, has hunted in the Purina race multiple years, and just dialing a few numbers on his phone, and he's got this guy to come over and judge for him. So it's just the whole gamut here has just worked really well for all these years.
And I have to say something for the competitors here tonight. If you just listen to them, probably a couple casts there, you can kind of pick up on some language that maybe they had some questions that had to come back, probably on Justin's cast, and there was one more that sounded like they had it. So really, if we've only had 2 questions come back, not a bad night, not a bad, and maybe they didn't come back. Maybe they were just some happenings there, but it kind of sounded like maybe a couple.
I think he might have come back on Justin's cast. I believe that's the one of them, but it's
there's a lot at stake.
There's a lot at stake. There's a lot at stake. I mean, you look at these guys driving from Minnesota. They're driving 10 hours. Somebody else that drove 10 hours, and there's a lot at stake here. These guys went after them 5 cast wins last year with this hunt in mind.
Oh, very
a year
much.
ago.
Yeah.
And so, they've got a lot of invested in this. And hey, if you don't agree with the call that the judge makes, you have every right in the world to question that call with some decency.
That's right.
And keep moving right along and bringing it back to a panel that they've got assembled back there at the venue, and they'll sort through it.
Yeah.
They'll sort through it. So it's every detail has tried to be covered here. The only details that aren't covered are the ones we haven't experienced yet.
Yeah. And the food today, going back to the venue, I mean, just the absolute amount of it. I mean, there's nobody could have left hungry there today. And I mean, and you're literally taken so well care of. As you said, I'm becoming very partial to it. And
Yeah.
that's this is a great great event. And the reality of it is also with what UKC is trying to do with just what we're getting to do here.
Yeah.
I mean, this is as top notch as there is when it comes to promoting our sport. I mean, this is well. This is good.
Our
And-
production crew this weekend is probably a third of what it usually runs.
Yeah.
And we got a third of the amount of people this time, and they've done a tremendous job. It's just been really well done.
Yeah.
To this point, and
and
I don't
mean,
see it changing.
They're working. I'm sure yesterday I came down this morning, and they were already majority of this set up. I had to come and get a dolly for us to unload all the Eukanuba dog food. And just want to mention them one more time. I know I'll hit it as we close our program tonight, but the partner of Eukanuba supporting and being a part of that team with UKC. Just want to give them props and say thank you. And unloaded a lot of dog food today from Eukanuba. And a couple of our field reps really learned how to push that dolly. Mark Best from Texas, he looked like a lineman pushing that thing around.
Well, Mark is built like a lineman.
Yeah, he's built like a lineman too. So he was working hard doing that. But anyhow, we want to say thank you to Eukanuba and for
they
their
kept
support.
flashing these. We had these Eukanuba commercials and all the information that they put out there in front of us in a minute or two time. Pretty important. I mean, if you started studying that stuff.
I know. I was reading some of it.
Yeah,
and it was kind of amazing to what they some of the facts that they were sharing, and so it's all right. Well, let's go jump. We're down. We got 2 out. We got 1 back. Let's see who it is.
Here we've got Stylish Whack. He's a 3-year-old dog out of Kentucky. Won his cast here. Dog's owned by Jack Maggard and was handled by Lonnie Hubbard here, 225 plus. Congratulations, Lonnie. You're looking at the dog here. He's a very dark dog. I'm obviously just 3 years old, but I was talking inside there and asked if he's got some Ozark Preacher Man or whatever, and said he sure does. Yes. Tell us a little bit about what is he?
Man, he's out of Bushwhacker, and he goes back to Ozark's Preacher. That's why he's got all his color. Be honest with you, he's nothing flashy. He's just a coon treer.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit about your hunt tonight here.
Out of the truck, we be honest with you, I thought I was a stroller out of the truck. He gets struck about 700, just a minute out of the truck. Other dogs pile up on a circle tree, all 3 of them together. Hear him again. I guess he puts one in the ground. Hear him again. He's probably, I don't know, a mile. Comes treed. Another dog comes treed about a mile. Another dog comes treed a couple 100 yards from us. The other dog didn't have a chance. So if I got a coon, I'm sitting good. Snag dog comes treed there on the end. So he's got a chance to beat me if he's got a coon. And I just caught the break, and he's in a den.
Yeah, hey, sometimes that's what you need, a little break like that. But yeah, a good looking dog for a good acting dog for a young dog like this. Looks a little bit different, but you don't hear much of as much, or especially around here, you don't see as much of that Ozark Preacher stuff. But it really kind of shows through here on this dog for sure.
Yeah, he's just old bred.
What do you like best about this dog?
He's gonna be by himself most 90%. Then he's gonna have him coon.
Yeah. Yeah, well, hey, I mentioned Jack Maggard is the owner of this dog, and Casey Maggard had little Lacy, the world champion, defending world champion, in here too. So you boys are doing good with Jack's dogs. You got both through here. So congratulations. We'll see them both moving on tomorrow. So
Thank you. We appreciate it.
yeah. So hey, with that, we've got one more cast out, and we hear they're getting fairly close here. But it's been a good night. It's been action packed. I know the officials have tallied up some of the scores and the averages. And last I heard, they were right around a 5 coon average per cast. So that's been pretty good tonight here in the first round. But with that, I'm going to toss it back to the guys in the studio, and as we wait for our last dog to come in.
And so congratulations there to Lonnie, and we see both of Jack's dogs getting through. So I think that's our first team of multiple dogs advancing. I don't think we've had any others do that tonight. So congratulations to those.
Lane did.
Lane did.
Lane
That's
was
right.
the first one.
Yeah.
And so yeah, that Jack, he's got the right people hunting them dogs for him, and he keeps them guys in a good dog. He has a knack of finding them good dogs. One cast win in Ohio, Whack had, and
he had a good score there.
He had 1,100.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had 1,100 up there in Ohio on Friday night. So taking a glance here at his scorecard, he's the bottom dog here, and good Lord, just like Lonnie said there, he had first strike and first tree, and sounded like that Lonnie kind of indicated that maybe he'd put a coon in the ground
to start with,
and maybe something else in between there, and then wound up on this coon about a mile from him, and then we got the other dogs had a little more action going on there. We got Snag here. He's on 3 circle trees tonight, and a total score of 200 plus. That's Ashley Dalton's dog, and I bet Ashley's really wishing he could have found one of them other coons there. He'd have been a winner. And then Rockstar, 1 coon treat and a little bit of circle points. And anyway, we a little bit of an action pack. Sounded like that they did a lot of walking. One time the dogs were a mile apart from each other possibly, and I do like the looks of that dog.
Yeah.
He's a unique looking dog, but he's all hound, But man, I don't know how I saw Ozark Preacher in the flesh when they were early 80s, I believe it was, and he throwed a lot of that color. I had a couple dogs out of him and grandpups. Let's see, well, they would have been great grandpups out of Preacher, but one of them I took to the ACHA World Hunt when it was 1 year old, and placed her somewhere in the top 10 there back when it was a big thing going. But that color, even though it's getting washed down, here we have a 3-year-old dog here that still has that color. Normally they aren't that black.
Yeah.
They had a little more red tint to them, but I wonder where that black's coming from. But congratulations to them guys. They got 2 good dogs in this thing, and they're
both
going
to be.
Over.
They're both duos. If you look at Lane Denny and his 2 dogs, and you look at Jack Maggard's 2 dogs, both of those combos are going to be hard outs.
Yeah.
I mean, you got good handlers, good dogs.
Yeah, you got of that group. They got 4 handlers on them 2 dogs. I mean, on them 4 dogs, 3 of them 4 handlers have won the World Hunt.
Yeah.
One of those dogs has won the World Hunt.
That's right.
And man, that's just the caliber of hounds and handlers and owners that we've got at this event.
Yeah.
And hey, the long shots come in here and win their cast as well. But man, it's the group right here. This is as good an organizational group that you can put together. Did you notice how I used that big word there? I don't even know if that was a word or not that I used there, but there's none better. And out of 96 dogs and owners and handlers, man, what a tough group of guys.
That's right. Well, we have 1 cast remaining, and we've heard that they're on their way. But we're going to go to break, and I just want to invite you to stay with us just a little bit longer. We're going to wrap this thing up when we get the final report from the field. We so appreciate you being with us. Again, you've been watching Midnight Mayhem.
It's a good cast. It's a good cast.
All right.
You got Cody Stipe, Randy Smith, Brian Haskins,
Oh, yes.
and Jeff Stallard.
Yes.
That's
so
who we're waiting on.
We're waiting on them. We know they're getting close. You're watching the Midnight Mayhem of the 2025 UKC Tournament of Champions. Stay with us. A big one's coming back. We'll see you just in a second.
It's an exciting day for us to be here, and it is my pleasure to welcome each and every one of you.
Dustin Weed. I'm from Prairie, Mississippi. I call him out, but his name on the papers is Mad Money. I don't know if he knows it or not, but that's what I call him. The first of the cast, it was a one-dog show. Like, I done got frustrated. Nothing was going right, and I was ready. I just tell you, I was ready to quit if Josh would have been ready to quit, and then it changed. I treated a coon, I got recut, and we got in here in a Z, and he had a slick in there, and we pulled off. I was tree, we go to me, I've got a coon. So now with 10 minutes left, we get to cut loose, and I got tree a coon to win. Well, we both get treed. He's got a den, I'm treed through the country, and I have a coon to win. Got me? Out. A lot went on that last hour. Going to that last tree in there, I couldn't say nothing. I was all quiet going through there. I was happy and nervous at the same time. I knowed it come down to if he had the coon, I win. By the time I found the coon, the judge and them seen it, it was a good feeling. It means a lot. I'm proud of my dog. I'm proud of Travis Black for trusting me to hunt for him. Me and this dog has had a lot of bad luck. I say bad luck, it's just bad breaks. He'd be out of pocket or get beat by a quarter, and I know he was too good of a dog not to win, you know, something big, and it showed. It finally come out. That's my favorite win as of right now. Like, it's all different. Like, I've drew good dogs, good judges, good spots. Like, it's all went smooth. I look forward to it next year. If you ain't experienced it, you need to experience it. This is total different than everything else. I don't think he's got a care in the world. He looks sleepy, but I believe we can go unsnap him and he'll fire through there. He'll wake up pretty quick. I take care of him as good as I think a dog can be took care of when he loses or wins. So I don't want him to think he's done too good. He may decide not to win no more.
Good luck, guys. Good luck to you. Little Lacy, 2024 UKC World Champion. How you feeling? My name is Casey Maggard, and I'm from a small town in southeast Kentucky called Hyden. For a living, I'm a forester. My family owns a sawmill and work with my family every day. We buy timber and cut it into logs and saw it into lumber.
I got him.
Good job.
Oh my gosh. Thank you,
Good
sir.
job.
Nice job, brother.
Thanks, man.
Nice job, buddy.
Oh my gosh.
And Casey Maggard and little Lacy have just sealed the deal. Buddy, what's your initial feelings?
Man, I don't know. I just, you know, it's tore me all to pieces. I can't believe it. I'm so proud of my dog. You know, she's all week. I mean, everything that I ask of her, she's done it. You know, when she's got treats, she's had coons, and I just haven't doubted her. You know, me coming in here, the way she's looked this week, I felt confident she had a coon, and
yeah,
I can't believe it.
Man,
I really can't believe it.
That was an exciting cast.
It was pins and needles. That's like I said earlier. You know, every cast this week, I've just caught the right breaks. You know, she's treed coons, and I've caught the right breaks to move on. And just like this here, you know, in my opinion, the same thing. These other guys, their dogs look good, and we just came out on top.
You did, buddy.
Well, I had 1 out of 108 chance, so I mean, we had it's a possibility, but knowing it now. This is great, you know, as far as in the coon hunting world, this is as good as it gets. She's a world champion and I am too, you know, that's the main thing, but I don't really think nothing's going to change, you know. We're still here in a night or two, we'll get back after it. That's doing what we love. Well, you know, from the beginning we had a good hunt. Main thing is, you know, everybody got along, good sportsmanship. The dogs operated, you know, like they were supposed to. Lacy was able to tree 2 coons. Braxton's dog treed 2 coons also, but it come down to the end. She had to have a coon, and she did. Oh, I caught her. I barely could talk, and I was trying to tell her that we won, and she said, "I know it. I know it." Her and her family had been watching the whole time, so they understand, you know, how much this means to me and how much time we put in, you know, night after night, laying out and hunting, you know, and it's tough when you work. She understands and she appreciates it, and definitely makes it easier.
Well, welcome back to the 2025 UKC Tournament of Champions Midnight Mayhem. We are down to 1 cast so far. 23 casts have come back with plus point cast wins, and we expect the same out of the 24. I think I have lost the bet, Mr. Rick. I'm almost ready to concede.
Well, let's don't call it over yet.
Yeah, I mean, but it's getting close, and we've had a good night. We've had an exciting night. I want to remind our viewers, we'll talk about this just in a moment, but we will be back with you live Saturday night at 9 o'clock. We confirmed that over break. It's going to be 9 o'clock Saturday night, and we want you to come back and be with us. Be down to the final 3 dogs, getting ready to crown the 2025 Tournament of Champions winner, the $50,000 prize, and so we're looking forward to being back with you on that on Saturday night, and we hope that you come and are with us. Rick, what would be some takes that you've taken from tonight? What would be something that we haven't got to share that maybe we're waiting on these guys, and something that you would just like to share for just a moment?
Looking at the regions here and what regions have pushed the dogs through tonight, looks like Ohio's leading that, and there's two Ohio. There's actually three dogs in this cast we're waiting on that qualified at the Ohio regional. So we got a 75% chance of picking up one more. But Ohio has had a good showing here tonight. Missouri with 4, Arkansas with 5, Tennessee with 2, Indiana with 5. I believe I've got all them. Seems like they would have another one here, but I believe I've got that right. And South Carolina is still looking for one there, but I don't think they're going to shove one through this weekend. But what am I taking away from it? I think we were all pleasantly surprised to see a bright, sunshiny day today.
Yeah.
We got pounded with rain here in the Midwest, and they got pounded here too. Like I mentioned earlier, the River Road was washed out in 2 or 3 different places, and so they got that rebuilt this week, working on it all the time. But you know, that sunshine came out today, and it we all thought we'd have a good hunt tonight, and we've had a good hunt tonight.
Yes.
We've proven that. That's always a good thing, that you have plenty of coons scored, and I think Alan said they were doing a tally, but what the average was 5. I
Probably.
didn't
I mean,
figure
that's
that
kind
it
of
would be that even that high, just watching them come through here. But that, and you know, it's the amount of people that you see, and the amount of names that you read that have made it this far. And you know, we got some talented judges out there tonight. We got some guys that stepped up and named. They're just household names, you know, that are judging for us tonight. And thanks to them, thanks to the guides that have been out here fighting the elements here this evening. And we saw over one cast. They must have got in a pretty heavy rain there. I don't know what the deal was.
only
with that,
cast we've heard mentioned.
yeah,
that.
I know. I don't know what's up with that, but I think just for me, it was always about location.
Yeah.
All the way through competing since 1980. I can tolerate just about everything else, but I'd like to have a good location.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I've taken away from it. I've picked up some things here that's going to be. You know, I don't think we can mention them just quite yet. The world will know about it here shortly, but some things that we've seen that UKC is making these adjustments on. 15,000 events a year. This item sticks out in my mind that Alan mentioned today. 15,000 events throughout the year, and they're sending these hunt packets to these clubs, you know, one right after another, and they get to us and they weigh 2 or 3 pounds, 2 pounds, or a pound and a half, whatever they are, but it's $8, $9 every time. And this new scenario that they've got, this new system that they're going to try to really ramp up in 2026, is going to save them, you know, and the clubs and everybody involved. You know, you take $8 or $9 times 15,000.
Yeah.
That's all going to be, you know, that's all going to be gone. That expense is going to be gone. I really enjoy seeing things get streamlined, get better.
Yeah.
And
I think
we're going
that's
to see a lot of that here.
I think that's a good spot to just stop for just a moment. And when you come to an event such as this, you know, you kind of hear Alan take the first few minutes of the program and thank everybody else. But I think we should just take a moment tonight and give props to, you know, you have 3 top tier leaderships here. You know, you have Nicole and you have Alan here, and top tier leadership with UKC, and then you have Trevor here with the Coonhound Programs Manager, and the folks that and there's other staff here. Taylor's here. There's other staff here that I'm not really sure what departments they fall under, but it truly does take a team to put this off.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I want to give props to those guys and say thank you to them. And if you're at a major event and you see any of this team working, you need to say thank you to them, because they do work hard to make events happen for you and for us. And I truly do appreciate them in that. And so I want to say thank you to those guys. And I also want to mention one more time, I want to make sure I get this right. The partnership with Eukanuba, being the official performance dog nutrition partner, the support that they give, and so we want to make mention of them. We want to make mention of the sponsor, Houndsman Advantage scorecard. Again, to remind you guys, go and purchase that elite. Download that, $77 a year, and you'll be able to follow along tomorrow night, spot on with what's happening live in the
And you can use it every night you hunt.
Oh yeah, I mean
You
it's
can use it,
yours.
you know,
It's yours, And just to remind you also, how do you get qualified for this? You get qualified by winning 25. You get qualified for the 2026 Tournament of Champions by winning 5 casts in 2025. And so just get out there and get after it. I think we just got a report from the field. I think we're ready to go there. And let's see who won this cast.
You can tell Rick when we're on. All right. Yeah, here's your chance, Jeff. Tell Rick what we've been waiting on him forever here. He keeps talking, man. We'd like to get this interview done here.
Looking for a coon dog.
Here we are for the final dog here. Thor's Side Chick is our last cast coming in. She's the winner, 5-year-old female out of Ohio. Jeff Stallard, Rick Marshall. Congratulations, Jeff.
Thank you.
Yeah. So you kind of got stuck on the bridge over here.
Oh yeah, that bridge you couldn't get through. It was a detour.
No GPS or what? You
it kept bringing me right back to it.
Oh well, yeah. I don't know. You weren't that far away. You could have might have just jumped the river and came over it.
Thought about it.
Yeah. But hang on to your dog. She smells a coon or something over here. So don't let her get away, Jeff.
She's run from it.
Hey, how's she bred?
She's off of Stylish Thor, and I don't even know what her mom is. Cody be here, you know.
Yeah, she just got off a pup, she said, right?
It's better than Cody's last call dog.
Yeah.
And they're just weaned.
You told me you had a good hunt. You had Lee Wade took you to some good hunting. You said
good guy, good judge. Yeah, we had a good hunt.
Tell us a little bit about how'd it go.
We cut loose.
Don't have to give me all the details, but I want to hear some of the good stuff.
Randy's dog traded in. We pulled off there. I was treated pretty good ways in the country. Went to me. I had a coon. Cody Sipes was treed on in there. Went to him. He had a coon, and I was retreed again. Had another one. I think Randy was treated. He had a coon, another coon, and Cody treed. And on the way to him, I traded another one.
And so you had had a score of 500 plus here. So yeah, good. Sounds like a good hunt. Hey Jeff, you've done well. You've been here a bunch of times, but you're going to be back in for Friday, so don't go home yet.
Oh yeah, we had a little Joe here the last time.
Yep. You did a lot of good. Yeah. All right. Well, hey. Congratulations. We're going to see you tomorrow morning. So, hey, with that, folks, this is going to be our last dog here for the night. And we've had a great night here. And with this, we've tallied up the actual amount of coons scored. Now, 4.8 is what we scored tonight. It's been a beautiful night here, overcast, just a good night for a coon hunt. And we appreciate everybody checking in and had a lot of fun out here at the barn and interviewing everybody here. And hope you folks enjoyed it as well. And we're gonna see you all back here again Saturday. And yeah, Jeff, he's still yelling at Stretch here. We need him to be quiet so we can get our work done here. So, but with that, back to you guys in the studio. We'll see you all Saturday.
I feel just like Jeff. I've been hollering at Stretch too to try to just get him to.
I am tickled to death to see Jeff Stallard win. I had 3 friends in that cast, and any one of the 3 I'd have been tickled to see. But to see Jeff there, Cody posted something on Facebook the other night about how he maybe called him old man or something. I don't know. But anyway, Jeff had a whopper of a score up there on Saturday night in Ohio. He's instrumental in helping us big time up there. 1275 on Saturday night. And she actually wasn't even a high score. But anyway, checking out the scorecard here. Everybody can see it that's watching. And got a lot of action here. Got a lot of action from Fran. You got a lot of action from Side Chick. You got Dope up there and treed 2 coons. Fran was on 2 circle trees. Wonder what we had going on there. Probably dens. But, 3 coons for Side Chick and no minus. And that's, we've said it time and time again, no minus, 2 or 3 coons, and you're going to advance. That was a good stout cast of guys there. We've mentioned a lot of cast here that were good tonight, but now that one right there, they don't come any tougher than that group right there. And congratulations to Jeff and the boys there, and they'll be right back in it tomorrow night, and I'll be looking forward to Cody having to eat a little bit of crow there from his dad. But yeah, I'm tickled for Jeff. He's been around forever. My gosh, I don't know how old Jeff is, but you know, he's one of the legends. He's one we'll be talking about, Jeff, for years and years and years to come.
All right, guys. Well, Rick, we are down to 24 hounds and handlers.
24 plus point cash wins tonight. I don't have to buy your lunch. I called it immediately from the start of the show, and you know, this is why I'm sitting here tonight and Steve Burkholder's not here. Not really, but anyway, I called it.
You did,
and you just
did.
fell for hook, line, and sinker, and that's what you would normally do anyway. But,
So think about this. 1,491 dogs
qualified to hunt in this hunt.
Hunt in this hunt. And we're down to the final 24. And those 24 will come back tomorrow night. We'll hunt in round 2. Then we'll be down to 6. And then from when we finish up tomorrow night, heading into Saturday night, we'll be into the final 3.
Yeah.
And so that's where we're at. We hope that you come back and join us Saturday night at 9 o'clock. We hope that you're here. We'll be down to the final 3 dogs. The first day of the 2025 UKC Tournament of Champions has been a fantastic day from the start to the finish. We hope that you've enjoyed Midnight Mayhem. Steve Burkholder will be joining us.
He'll be with us Saturday night. I look forward to it.
Yeah, he'll be joining us Saturday night at 9 o'clock. We'll be checking out his tan from Cancun. I mean, I'm sure we've seen Steve's from Aruba
We could
tonight.
compare those. I don't know how much we're allowed to.
We want this to be kid-friendly programming,
Yeah.
so we're not going to do that. But make sure that you join us 9 o'clock Saturday night. Don't forget to download the Houndsman Advantage app for tomorrow night. And again, we want to thank our partner, Eukanuba, for all that they do for our sport. And until Saturday night, we want to thank you for being with us. And you've been watching the 2025 United Kennel Club Tournament of Champions Midnight Mayhem. I'm Jamie Eastep, Rick Stretch. Thank you for being with us.
See you Saturday.
They're partners, ready to do whatever it takes. Athletes that pound for pound can outrun, outwork, and outperform anybody you're watching on Sunday. No contract required. You don't waste that kind of potential. You train it, fuel it, unleash it. You feed nutrition that holds nothing back. The Eukanuba Premium Performance Lineup.
Check out the United Kennel Club online store for all of our magazine subscriptions and UKC merchandise. Go to shop.ukcdogs.com and you'll find all the best gear to support your UKC lifestyle. Snag a new hat, hoodie, or t-shirt and subscribe to our many publications, including our world-leading coonhound publication, Coonhound Bloodlines. We even have research pedigrees and rule books available to purchase. Why wait? Shop now. Guess what? We have a podcast. The all-new United Kennel Club podcast will not only feature great guests living the sporting dog life, but also rules and sport updates. Tune into the Hunting Ops podcasts with Alan Gingrich and Trevor Wade to hear the latest coonhound rules and updates, beagle rules and updates, and all breaking news about UKC Hunting Ops programs. Hear it right here first. Subscribe on YouTube so you don't miss out. Dating back to 1874, the American Field Sportsman's Journal was delivered to the homes of sporting dog enthusiasts and hunters across America, paving the way for the all-around sportsman's publication. Now under the ownership of the United Kennel Club, the American Field Sportsman's Journal is reborn as an upgraded version of its original grandeur, celebrating the lifestyle for those who value a day in the field with canine hunting companions. The new journal will be a quarterly publication designed once again to showcase our way of life with all sporting dogs, including bird dogs, retrievers, hounds, beagles, and other types of hunting and working dogs. We will also embrace the outdoor lifestyle, bringing attention to wild game, cooking techniques, veterinary medicine, conservation matters, and game shooting topics, all right to the fingertips of our readers. From first-time handlers to lifelong dog owners, we value everyone's story, and we're working to cultivate a community of like-minded individuals who dedicate their lives to their hunting dogs. We invite you to join our movement as we honor our past, embrace our future, and provide a gateway for hunters and handlers of all levels to explore the unbreakable bond we share with our dogs.
Do you love dog shows but dread the paperwork? Introducing UKC's online event entry service. Offer your exhibitors the ease of entering your club events right from the UKC event calendar, making entering your show and paying by card a breeze. Gone are the days of managing bookkeeping for each pre-entry transaction. With the UKC online event entry service, UKC will handle the pre-entries and send your club the collected entry fees and list of entered dogs 15 days before your event, allowing you the time to focus on other event details. Free for clubs, easy for exhibitors. Head to the UKC news section of ukcdogs.com to learn more and streamline your next event. UKC online event entry service for dogs that do more.
If you want the chance to be featured across our social platforms, just tag at UKC Dogs or at UKC Hunting Ops on Instagram, and you can tag UKC Coonhounds on Facebook, or you can use the hashtag #DogsThatDoMore.
Your puppy only gets one start to set the foundation for a lifetime of performance at your side. Fuel growth and activity, support digestive health, and give him a training edge to one day flush, point, track, retrieve. So when the gear comes out, he'll be ready. Make every milestone count with game-changing puppy fuel. Eukanuba Premium Performance Puppy Pro.